one. From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in
Monrovia.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba.
Spoon.
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Bese kua today. Kua today.
On the spoon to get
Yes,
your
I
information.
Well,
On the spoon to be
yes,
part
I
Spoon television.
Yes, I
Spoon radio station.
Did the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your
The CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Man. Charges on the beat.
To get your information.
All right, tune to Spoon to get your information. Tune to Spoon to be part of our discussion, to know what's happening in Liberia, what's happening at the ministries, the agencies, what the policymakers are doing, what Liberians are talking about, what the news is in the country, to get diverse views or critical analysis on the trending national issues. Just tune to Spoon, because this is where you get the news. And that's why Liberians across the world tune or run to this very space every single day at about this time to know what's happening in the country. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight. Thanks for joining us on another edition of Liberia's premier talk show on radio and online. Spoon Talk is back on the radio on this 13th day of January 2025, the first working day of the week, on a Monday evening in Monrovia, or let's say Monday afternoon in other parts of the world. We'd like to welcome all of you to this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk is live on the radio across Liberia for the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and Super 95.5 FM. We're also live across the country on several other frequencies, thanks to our partner radio stations for making this possible. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclipi and Nimba County, Gibi FM right next door, Margibi County, Kakata, Margibi County, and a host of other radio stations across Liberia that will even relay the program without telling us. We appreciate all of you for being a part of this journey to ensure that Liberians, irrespective of where they are, can get information in real time, can engage with the policymakers, and just know what the happenings are across the country, as well as adding their voices and getting their views aired across the world. We want to welcome our folks online tonight. Spoon Talk has absolutely no borders. That's why we are live across the internet, streaming on several platforms. The Spoon FM, the Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, and Super TV on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube, and our YouTube handle remains Spoon Talk Live. I want to welcome all of you joining us via the internet tonight. Kindly share the program as you come on. It's going to be a great show tonight. Very engaging, very informative. Lots of things to unpack tonight. Once the CEO and the rest of the team get here, you're gonna get nothing less than the best on this very edition of the program Spoon Talk. And so I want to welcome all of you tonight. And again, please share the show as you come on. Let's hope we can have a great conversation on this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Well, there's a whole lot happening across the country. My name is Nelson Collet. Yes. So let me bring the music down a bit as we go into some of the updates. Just a few updates, then I'm going to open the phone lines and take your calls, know what your thoughts are on the different issues across the country, and we're going to do just that. But there's a whole lot happening across the country. Monrovia has been very busy today. The country has been so busy with lots of happenings across Liberia. But just to give you a few of the updates today, we saw the legislature return for its second session. So the second session of the 55th legislature officially opened today. We saw the House of Representatives and that of the Liberian Senate, since we have a bicameral legislature returning today to begin to commence another session, another year of service to the Liberian people there at the first branch of government. So we did see the Speaker of the 55th legislature, Speaker Richard Nangwe-Kun, being joined by some of the folks who have some of his colleagues up Capitol Hill. They marched along with the senators, and then they went to their respective chambers. Since, in fact, the joint chambers of the House of Representatives, sorry, the joint chambers of the legislature, where the majority bloc have been having the session, was brought down in flames. The House of Representatives, following the rituals, the regular stuff they'll do, then went to the Monrovia City Hall, where they've been having the session, and they had a successful session there today. There at the Monrovia City Hall. So they went there today. And one interesting thing, most of you followed the press conference from the Rule of Law caucus, headed by Representative Musa Hassan Bility of Nimba County, that they were joining the rest of the other lawmakers, quote unquote, the majority black. They were crossing over. So today we saw visibly some of the lawmakers from who have been part of the minority bloc. They all joined hands today in the spirit of getting the Liberian people's job done, according to uh, Representative Musa Hassan Bility. So, yes, they had a successful opening today. No commotion, no violence. It was a colorful one when the legislature returned today. And also at the Monrovia City Hall, the U.S. ambassador met with Speaker Richard Nangwe-Kun today as well. And it was a very colorful event there, talking about the resumption of legislative activities at the first branch of government. So that's for the House of Representatives. At the level of the Senate, it was very, very colorful as well, following the march and all of that. The Senate went to her chambers, where they had the official opening, and the pro tem of the Liberian Senate, Senator Yomli Kanga Lawrence, outlined the legislative statistics summary. Let's say she revealed the legislative statistics summary of 2024, some of what the national legislature have been able to do from January 2024 up to December, up until the time they ended the session, up to the time they ended the first session of the 55th legislature. So she mentioned that there was a total of 27 legislations that were passed by the Liberian Senate. 27 legislations were passed. There were ratifications done. A total of 18 ratifications were done. Amendments were done to several laws and all of that by the Liberian Senate. A total of 3 amendments were done. And talking about enactments, talking about confirmation, yes, there were 6 laws enacted before going to confirmation. The Liberian Senate, during the first session, was able to enact 6 laws. And then talking about the confirmation of nominees, since in fact this first session have been engulfed with lots of confirmation hearings, given that this administration just took over. A lot of names have been coming from the executive to the Senate for confirmation. Most of those appointments and all of that have been subject to confirmation by the Liberian Senate. There was a total of 996 nominees that were confirmed by the Liberian Senate for the first session, according to the pro tem. Why, in terms of the legislations that are in committee rooms, there are 40 legislations in committee rooms. So the pro tem went on to say today that immediately following the resumption of activities today, now as we've seen the start of the second session of the 55th legislature, the first 3 months of the activities is going to focus on those committees that are in those legislations that are in committee rooms, and she's giving those committees now a time frame to work within. That in fact all of those committees should start to report regularly on a weekly basis, and if there's a case where any of those committees fail to report, provide a weekly report twice, the committee will be dissolved, and an ad hoc committee will be put into place so as to get the work of the Liberian people done in a timely manner. So in the first 3 months is going to be focused towards that. She also mentioned the issue of quarterly performance report from all ministries and agencies, since in fact the legislature has that responsibility when it comes to oversight, that ministries and agencies will now be required to make quarterly reports. I mean, if you are agency this, you are minister that, you are director this, what have your entity been able to do with respect to what has been allotted in the budget, what has been entrusted into your care. So those reports, she said, will be demanded by the Liberian Senate from those heads of different ministries and agencies. But not just that, the Ministry of Finance will, on the other end, be made to provide a disbursement report on a timely basis. How much are you giving to ministry this, ministry that, this other ministry, that other ministry? How much are you allotting to the different sectors in the country? So there will be a regular report from the Ministry of Finance with respect to how disbursements are being done, what are the different sectors that are receiving what, how, and then once they get those disbursement reports from the Ministry of Finance, then they're going to go after those different agencies, those different ministries, to know how exactly they are going about spending or using what is being allotted or disbursed to them by the Ministry of Finance. So she said all of these as part of what the Liberian Senate has in the pipeline to ensure that the second session of the 55th legislature, especially at the Liberian Senate, oversight is at its peak to ensure that there's accountability in governance, public accountability, and all of that. And that recently, before the Senate went for, in fact, while the Senate was on break, awaiting the resumption of activities, we saw a press conference that was conducted by some of the staffers there at the Liberian Senate. The Senate Staffers Association had a press conference complaining about the special sitting and the benefits for the special sitting, the salaries and benefits for the special sitting not being given to them. And the Senate caveat that if they can't get it, the Senate will not carry on any activity, since in fact they're entitled to this. So the pro tem today responded to that. She said that in the period of 1 year, or during the first session of the 55th legislature, they had 3 special sittings, and payments of staffers' salaries and benefits for 2 of the 3 special sittings have already been done. And for the third and the last special sitting for the first session, allotments, they approved, everything was approved following the president approving the budget and everything. All the approval was done. The only thing that is they're waiting now, that that is holding everything, is the disbursement. So work is in progress to make sure that the staffers get their salary for the 1 month special sitting that was just saw the close of the first session. So they are cognizant of this, but she also termed as false and misleading some of the information provided by the staffers. And she said the Liberian Senate moving forward will not tolerate staffers going around and sending out misleading information with respect to salaries and benefits. She said they've communicated consistently with the leadership of the Liberian Senate with respect to their benefits and given the situation at hand. And so it was unfortunate that those folks had to take on to the media and all of that. But after the pro tems coming today, you could see pocket conversations around the place. Some of the staffers taking offense in the way the pro tem addressed the issue. Some of them thought that the leadership of the Senate already wronged them by not paying them their special sitting, the salary and the benefit for the special sitting, and so the approach was harsh. They had thought to release a statement reacting to the pro tem statement, but awaiting some engagement, a planned meeting they had with the Senate's committee chair, the Senate's committee on rules and orders, Senator Blebo Brown. So based on the outcome of the meeting, they would have released a statement, which they did not do, an indication that the meeting went well, and because the the Senate's Committee on Rules, Order, and Administration chairperson, Senator Blair Brown of Maryland County, met with those staffers to try to, resolve the situation from that end. So yes, it's been that way from the Liberian Senate, and on the flip side, Senator Dillon had a press conference today, where he said the honeymoon at the legislature, the honeymoon, his honeymoon with the government of Liberia comes to an end, effective immediately. That he's going to be critical. He's not going to be the same Dillon that Liberians have known for the first session of the 55th legislature. That honeymoon is going to come to an end. He also expressed disagreement, let's say disappointment in his colleagues for not supporting this salary reduction bill that he reintroduced sometime in October, because he has been one person before his election in 2019 pushing for legislators in the country, especially so senators, to make nothing more than 5,000. And so he's been pushing that through his engagement with the media today. Plus a lot more happening. I see the CEO is already here. So and a whole lot happening across the country. And CEO, I want to hand it over to you. You want us to take some calls, or I see you.
Have you taken calls? Have you taken calls?
Oh, okay. So I can hear you now.
Have you taken calls?
No, not yet. Not yet. We're just about going to take calls.
So you get the people that are waiting. You know how many plenty of people that are waiting. All right, but you don't upload all the video yet, Nelson?
Yeah, the videos have been uploaded. I've uploaded some of them already.
You don't upload nothing. I can see in the back, man. That's what I uploaded. That's why over there. I looking in the back, then you see.
You see all the video. I uploaded one new one that I didn't share with you.
Yeah, but what the one that I sent you? Did you upload it too?
Yeah, it's there. It's there. It's the first one. Okay, so let me name them. I see.
Yeah.
I didn't name
Just
them.
name them.
Okay. Okay. So that's the one and the two here. And then I get the rest of them. Okay. So I have some up already, and I'm getting the rest of them to come through.
Yeah. So you get the rest of them. So the best thing we can do is to take some course and listen to the Liberian people. A lot going on in the country, and we're going to be having a big show today. Tom, is he staying in the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Heavily guarded too. Heavily guarded by armed men, armed police officer, ERU, EPS.
Thomas. Yeah.
Thomas, yeah, Tom for short. We want to talk about the suicide or murder case from Lofa involving the deputy LIS, Liberia Immigration Service Deputy Commissioner, the allegation that he was involved. We're going to talk more about the new development we have on Vivi Holmes and his relationship. We also going to talk about, listen, folks, anything you have out there that you think is of good news, just bring it. Let's discuss it. I'm trying to find all the good, the bad, and ugly. We're going to talk about stuff that is interesting to the Liberian people, it's the bread and butter issue, and that's why you on the show every evening. That's why we are here. A lot is going on. A lot is going on from the Ministry of Finance, Development, and Planning. Nelson, you should have gone there, man. I thought you were reporting from the Ministry of Finance, Nelson.
I'm not assigned at the Ministry of Finance. It's
oh no, but you are assigned there, and if you say by popular demand, you are assigned there. So tomorrow there will be a session or no session go there. We need to hear more from Bill Maggie Jones and Paul Lamy. But something I really want to ask the Liberian people though, and that's what makes this show interesting. Seriously, I really want to know, Nelson, what is going on? That everybody just doing anything they want to do? That's what I mean. What's going on? And I know everybody going to come on the show today. Uncle Samuel Jackson, Paul Kennedy, Abdulrahman, Mo Ali, Karis Moses Gray, Asido, Clinton, and everybody else that want to come. The link out there, come and join. I talk my own, you talk. I heard that Gibson Jerry is coming with Abdullah Kiatamba. Whatever the case may be, we have to discuss the issue. We have to inform the nation, and we got to get the thing straight. People chasing Fonati Kofa, demanding his resignation. And I can tell you that the Americans, they are fully involved into this removal saga. I don't know, the speaker number 2, Richard Kuhn, he said he's engaged in the American ambassador, but something about the American ambassador, Nelson. When you talk to him a few months, then they put you on sanction. Johnson was playing basketball with the American ambassador, they put Johnson on sanction. It's that kind of relationship. You feel somehow with that kind of relationship.
They play basketball the first day. They play basketball the first day. The next day, the sanction came.
The men were playing basketball with Joe. We had the next day, Essential McGill and Bill Clark and all of them. So I mean, you cannot that friendship. Wow, and that is son. Wow. So we got to be careful. We got a lot of information coming up, and that's the reason why, though. We are hearing that they arrested the brother. On this clip, Nelson, Tom spoke exactly what they did to him when he was at the NSA custody, and they arrested his brother. Tom's brother was arrested. We received the information today. We'll share it. And again, we just want to say, what's going on? Why all of the funny arrests and torture? It is drawing the attention of the international community. First of all, they burned the building. The investigation that they burned the building, who burned the building, whatever the case may be. And our sister Jackie will be on the show, Glenn, and Dr. Richard C. Everybody coming on tonight to talk their own. But our country is trouble. Our country, Liberia, is trouble. And that's why we say, thank you for joining us, Charles Blair, Sibo. Vigilant Soiree, thank you. Darlington Rue, Moses Segran, Tamar Augustine, Kumer Strauss, Clarence Benson, Barack Sako, Solomon Koti. I want to say to all of you, all of you, your thank you. We will go to the phone line. We want to hear you. This is not what we're bargaining for. This is not what we have settled for. It is wrong. We discuss it. I will talk my own. You talk your own, but let's help make Liberia better. Because we cannot just sit down and this thing then fly. Who's in control? His Excellency Emmanuel Gamayan. I let it begin. Emmanuel. Mohammed Kane. George Horace. Ngama, PK Dempster. Ngama, what's up, man? I know you're doing strong. Joseph Nyakon. Tamar Augustine. Sata Hammond. Buster Johnny. Steve Mao. Amos Compley. That's the name. Kumba Joanna Sa. Kumba. Sarah Beslo Yanti. Now, this is not Sarah Beslo as well. Yeah, they all Sarah Beslo Yanti now. But if that's fine. I don't think that's her. I think maybe that they just using her name.
Yeah, she complained before about.
Yeah, a lot of people using fake people's names. So I mean, listen, it is why it is. They use my fake name too, so it is why it is. Again, let me say that they use everybody's fake name. So folks, share the show. We want to hear from you. Nelson, can you put up the phone number? And don't forget the pause is coming on. The pause is coming on by Dama Slanger. The pause is coming on. Dama Slanger will be doing the pause. We want to hear from you. We want to hear you. Welcome to Spoon Talk. Welcome to the show. Let's have a great program tonight. It's 9:09 p.m. Again, where is Fonati Kofa? In all these things, where is Fonati Kofa? We saw that the majority leaders, the minority, the majority, some kind of crossover took place today, right, Nelson?
Yeah.
But the guys that said they're going to go to session. I've seen some people say, wow, it's a blow to Fonati. No. The people go to session with different intent. We have Musa Benito on the show. Did you listen to Chief Cyril Allen? Chief Cyril Allen went all out yesterday and we'll be bringing him back. Man, what's going on with our country? What have changed? Marvin Deshelle, it's good to see you, Marvin. What have changed? We begin to think, what's really going on? Who's in charge of the government? Who's really in charge? We're not talking about Flagaji. No, we are talking about who's in charge. When you get Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, then the National Security Advisor, Samuel Kofi Woods. Then you get the Justice Minister. Then you get the Legal Advisor, Bushman Keita. You got the Chief of Staff, who actually is not a Chief of Staff, but they say he is. They are not taking decision from him, Sylvester Grisby. Then you got Samuel Steve Kwai. We would name all of them. Who's really in charge? Why the country going on an autopilot, just going down? Who's really in charge? Who's in charge of our country? I want to ask you, my fellow Liberian, who's in charge of our country? Who's in charge of the national security? Who's in charge of all the SOEs that they're refusing to give the owner remittances to the budget? The people said they ain't paying. All the money Freeport collect, Freeport said they ain't paying. All the money LPRC will collect, they say ain't giving down. Where the money going? We have more Ali on the show, thank God he's coming back. Where more Ali money going to? You collect the money, LDC, they have not given down. Who's in charge? Who's in charge of our country? Who's in charge? Gafran is not in charge. Gafran is confused like hell. Everybody on Gafran, the allegation that they all hustling. This will be a big show today, my people. I got a lot of good news for you. But we asking the question, who's in charge of our natural resources? That everybody running with the diamond and the gold, and they can give. B. Martin can give a private jet to President Baka to go to Lofa. So once they give you that jet, you cannot fire them. You cannot talk to them. You have been compromised. Who's in charge? Who is in charge of the Republic of Liberia right now? Who? Uncle Samuel Jackson, welcome to the show. Now everybody want to come up. One thing you will not hear from me. I will not dignify any stupid person. No. I'm too stupid to dignify a stupid person. They can talk the Tabata Biamin out of business. I am talking about the Republic of Liberia. I'm talking about the Republic of Liberia. If you have no spoon talk, the country will be on the worst. Everything we do on the show, Uncle Sam, we help in this country, we help in the government. It's because some of us talking. Look on the front page newspaper today. What we discussed yesterday is on the front page newspaper. It's on other newspaper as well. Who's in charge of Liberia? Is Joseph Boaga in charge? Is Jeremiah Kuhn in charge? Who is in charge of the Republic of Liberia? We asked the question. Who is in charge, Nelson? I mean, we need an answer. Who's in charge of the country? Why the country that you see a young man will rub on his neck, he hang himself. They say he hang himself. No, somebody kill him. There's a big allegation that his family member want to speak on the show. I will call some of them to speak. The family member accusing the government of killing him because he was in police custody when he died. Who's in charge of the country? And that's why they want to target the only network that will give you the news. That's why they're praying. That's the reason why we beat Joe Weah. But you know why? We beat Joe Weah because we reminded the people. Today, Joe Weah not there. Who's in charge? If we stop talking, if I say I'm going to take 1 week off, oh my God, Uncle Sam, these people would dance. They would celebrate. They would dance a hallelujah dance because it would be corrupt massively. From the office of the president to the first lady to the vice president to all the cabinet ministers and directors to everybody, ask yourself the question, who's in charge? You want us to stop? We'll stop. I can take a week off, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, I can take time off. If you want me to take time out, I can. I will go sit there, watch my Netflix and chill with my Pekin Stanton Jr. and chill with my grandson, Levi Dempster, and chill with my wife, my family, and I can sit there and have a cool time. You know what, Uncle Sam? Maybe I'll go back to school. Maybe. I'll be like you, Uncle Sam. I'll go back to school. Maybe I want to take a couple of classes. I close this computer today and say, that's it. I finished. I'm serious. If we do those things, I can guarantee you, Uncle Sam, Liberia would be one of the countries in the dark old age that everybody would do anything because nobody is in charge. That men and women would be crying on the street because nobody is in charge. That people will be arrested with no rule of law attached to those arrests. People will be killed. People will be prosecuted, and everything will go to the highest bidder. Uncle Sam, who's in charge of Liberia? Welcome to the show. Who's in charge? Uncle Sam, I think you're muted.
I think he's frozen.
All right, yeah, he's frozen. But again, we just want to say to all of you, we're going to open this phone line before Uncle Sam come back. We're going to open this phone line. Sometimes they will like you. Sometimes they will hate you. Sometimes they will talk about you. But it's okay. It is what it is. The lawmakers celebrate it and say they have returned back to session. No, those guys are not lawmakers. Those guys are hustlers. Those guys returning back again and saying a lot of stuff to enrich themselves, and the Liberian people will suffer. Those guys are hustlers. Show me one of them that good. Show me one person, senator, representative. They happen, they say they return back. Everybody back, hey, we return back. No, they return back to do more stealing and cause more damages and create more problem and maybe finish burning the rest of the Capitol building. That's it. Go look at the budget. The guys ain't coming back because they went broke during Christmas time. The money they gave them, they have eaten the money and sent the girlfriends and the boyfriends out of the country. They're coming for more. Don't tell me that they're coming in your interest, my fellow Liberian. No, they are not. Uncle Sam, your LDC gone in South Africa? You got LDC?
Yeah, they got, I think, power sharing, but I will try to fix it. Don't worry, I'm fixing it. I'm trying to do
Uncle Sam, LDC going in South Africa?
Yeah, sometimes like once a month they go off for 2 hours, no problem. Once a month.
Wow! Even in South Africa, Uncle Sam, LDC gone. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the Spoon Talk. But Uncle Sam, who's in charge of Liberia? What's happening here? Who's in charge?
Well, let's just pray for Omen Boycott and hope that they will do some recalibration this year. I'm very optimistic that that they will get the game on, and they even though they may pretend like they're not listening, but I think they will listen because they know that this is a critical year for them. So let's just see what happens for the next 365 days.
I agree with you. Let's see what happens. But so you're telling us that you are still hopeful, right?
Well, look, hope is eternal, and you can't give up on your country. You cannot write your country off. I never bet against my own country in my life. I'm very nationalistic. I'm very patriotic. I think that despite all of what is going on, that is an opportunity for things to get better in Liberia. I really believe that.
Okay, are you seeing it? Is it getting better? Are we getting there, Uncle Sam? Are you seeing it though? I mean, you're a historian, Uncle Sam. Are you seeing something? Are we getting on track yet?
Well, let's see what he says at the sonar. Let him basically catalog his achievements. Let him catalog the challenges, and let him tell us what the development plans are for the rest of the year and how he can rally and unite us behind him. And we can all, as Liberians, try to build our country.
Uncle Sam, I hate to interrupt you. Right now, Labros, people got to stop talking nonsense. We're tired with too much of talking. We need action. Don't come and sweet talk us, Uncle Sam. Don't come and say, oh yeah, you know, last year with this. No. We passed that with Mount Alley. We passed that last year thing with how you call it? How you call it? John Weir. We need action. Joseph Yema Braga got to act. The thing about, oh yeah, I got 40, 50 years experience. We passed that experience thing. Prove your experience. Show us your experience. I mean, I know you're working on your LDC, Uncle Sam, and we hope your LDC come on. But we passed that whole thing about, we're going to fix it. The country here going to get better. The country cannot get better just by words. Is that true, Uncle Sam? Every day you can sit there and say the country will get better. The country get better and you fly in private jet. Oh, Uncle Sam, LDC coming back. Hey, Uncle Sam, LDC coming back. The country will get better when people at the finance ministry stealing a lot. The country will get better when your directors then refusing to contribute to the government account. The country will get better when Freeport saying they will not pay a dime in 2025 and they're raising over $25 million. Uncle Sam, will this country get better? Will this country get better? Look at LTA. When you get a criminal, the allegation that he took the Liberian people money, sitting there, and you refuse to remove him, and he's saying that he's sharing the money with you, will the country get better? Will this country get better when all we do is to beg? World Bank for $5 million, then we celebrate. Beg, IMF for $20 million, we celebrate. But we're sitting on gold and diamond, and our leaders are using B Mountain, Western Cluster, and those company private jets to travel in and around the country. And they are in bed with them so fast, so quickly. And you say the country will get better? Uncle Sam, don't do that to us, man. Don't do that. It's not about words no more. We want action. We're begging for action. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show, Dr. Richard, Sin, Dr. Francine, Dr. Special, Dr. Chinwe. Welcome to the show.
Okay, how you? You miss like
so yeah, I stay in South Africa. I'm here until the end of next week. Then I come to see you in the States. So you stay in Liberia?
On the other side,
Huh?
You almost say Liberia. You can see your background.
Yeah. I'm going to do a closing. I sold a property in Detroit. I'm going to go do the closing. And then I'm going to go to Atlanta for 4 or 5 days and then come back over here.
Uncle Sam is coming for that property closing that Richardson is sold for $75,000. Uncle Sam is about to get $75,000.
Look, man, I bet you I hold your foot. Before the poker robbed me, I hold your foot.
And you say you shouting, man, you took the gun from somebody and starting out there and beat them up.
But you know, 40 years ago, the muscle will take. The legs were not hurting, no arthritis, no cancer, no nothing. Right now,
go try it. They will beat you. They will beat you. Go try it. You think that's 40 years ago thing. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, Dr. Richardson.
I'm from New York City Housing Project, man. Huh? I'm from Vancouver State.
I was a gangster.
Augusta was a real gangster. He's an OG.
Come back to show a little bit of strength, a little bit of technique.
He's an OG. He's an OG. Uncle Sam, that old school. But guys, welcome to the show, man. The people have been waiting for us. Again, my question, because we got a lot to cover today. I think it's in the chat room. I felt bad when I spoke to the family member of the young man that is committed suicide. He hanged himself. But the family member saying, no, Uncle Sam, he did it. He did it. And they're linking this guy to the deputy commissioner for Liberia Immigration Services. That's his family too. And a lady died. The lady died. The man wanted to tell the truth. Who killed the lady? And they killed the man. That's the allegation. That's the story. So, I mean, you ask question. He was in police custody, Dr. Richardson. And that happened. We got to dig deeper in the story. Look what happened today to Tom, the guy from Fonati office. We got a video. We play the video for everybody to see. The judge set the man free. They brought another rig. The justice minister said arrest the man. The man fell off, whatsoever the condition was. But did you listen to his tape? That Richardson, you listen to it? Oh my God. The man said they wanted to even sodomize him. They torture him. Oh yeah, we're going to play the clip today. Oh yeah. Oh, we're going to play it today, Dr. Richardson. Man, listen. Till we do, hey man, don't let me say it. I think President Boyga should be calling Gregory Coleman and the Justice Minister and Prince C. Johnson and ask them, is this what you're doing to my government? Uncle Sam, the president should be calling these guys. Samuel Kofi Woods, NSN Director. Gregory Coleman, the Commissioner for the Liberia National Police. Oswald Twe, Justice Minister. Prince C. Johnson, NSN Director. Call them. Bushman Keita, legal advisor, ask them, is this what you're doing to my government? You're trying to sodomize the young men and women, put them under severe torture. Madam said he kept the peace for all those years. George Manor, we have maintained the peace for additional 6 years. And in Joseph Boyga 1 year, you try to sodomize somebody to get information from them? Hey, man. Hey, God share the show, man. Oh, my God. Oh, Lord have mercy. Listen, guys. Oh, man. Imagine it. For a second, just imagine it. If you can ask yourself who's in charge of the country. Uncle Sam, did you listen to the tip?
Yeah, I listened to the tip, and from what I can gather, he sounds pretty honest, but I'm not a psychologist. I'm not like Dr. Richardson to know whether, he's telling the truth. But if what he's saying is true, then it's pretty troubling, very, very troubling. I mean, he said he was physically assaulted. He was beaten for hours. He was tortured. He was forced to say things that are not true to implicate himself and others. And I think this will require an investigation of some sort. And I hope and pray this is not true, because it would look very bad for the current government. And this government came to power because it said it wanted to clean up house, right? Move away from business as usual, from human rights violations and other things. And if that government is doing that, then it is pretty troubling, Dr. Richardson. I hope it is not true, but he seemed pretty credible what he was saying.
Yeah, I didn't get an opportunity to listen or watch the tape. I only saw a little part of it.
I'm going to put it in the chat room now.
Yeah, but and Steno said he would play it so we can see and observe what he had to say. But when you're in a democracy, torturing someone who allegedly committed a crime or abusing them and violating the human rights doesn't fare well for a democratic nation, and that's what we consider ourselves to be, a democratic nation. So I hope it's not true. I hope that what we're hearing about him being the accused of being tortured is not true, because that's not how it's supposed to be. He's supposed to be given his rights, supposed to be respected.
So Dr. Richardson, you are quite correct. The attempt to sodomize him, to say him in the snake torture, he said it on the tape. Yeah. When they took him in a big fence, they beat him, scraping naked, telling him to confess, linking him to so many different people. This is like, what's the island, Uncle Sam, that was in Cuba that the American closed down? Guantanamo.
Yes, Guantanamo Bay.
Yeah, this is Guantanamo Bay. Yeah. This is about waterboarding Liberian.
No.
This is about giving him no due process. See the young man walking, limping. It's like he was limping, begging. Now he's sitting in the hospital. Where is President Boyga? Have he called on Gregory Coleman? Have he called on Oswald Tway? Have he called on Prince C. Johnson, the NSA director? Have he called on his national security director, Samuel Kofi Woods, the man that served as a human rights lawyer and human rights icon? Has he called on them? What's going on here? If you're accusing him that he started this fire, the allegation, you're going to tell him that you will strip him naked and you will use him in the behind? Come on, guys. Where is the rule of law? I mean, what's the position? I want to hear from President Boakai in the Sona telling the Liberian people the reason why these things happening to our country, justifying these different things.
Okay.
I mean, is this what we are about to settle for? Listen, Dr. Richardson, anybody can go on the podcast and say anything about me. That's me. But let's do it for the country. Anybody can go and say anything. But let's do it for Liberia, man. Let's change the evil spirit that's hanging over our country. That people will come in government, but to do the right thing, and they now got involved with doing that which brought 14 years of civil war into our country. And folks, let me be serious today. You can have your side. You can have your unity partisan, your sedition, your imposition, no position, you are independent. Well, so be it. I'm independent. I supported Joseph Yeman Boakai, so I got all right. When these things happening, I know the guys. I got ears all over. We're gonna play the clip. Are you listening to it, Dr. Richardson? Did Uncle Sam put it in the chat room? If not, I can put it there.
I didn't get a chance to listen to it yet, but I have to shut myself off so I can fully listen to it and take notes.
I mean, see the gentleman, right, Uncle Sam? Dr. Richardson. Look at some of the pictures here, right? And then you ask yourself, look at this other photo.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, come on, man. The allegation that he set the building on fire, you beating him to give you information. How can you justify that?
Yeah.
How? I mean, why should we sit here and wait and be quiet? Then we ask for new Liberia, we ask for the better and the perfect Liberia. Why? People are scared to death. If you have something on him, arrest him, put him in jail. You don't have to torture him.
Yeah.
The international partners are watching. Then after that, after the recording, guess what happened? They arrested his brother. Yeah, the brother that did the recording, they arrested the brother. The brother that did the recording, they arrested the brother. A lot of stuff is happening in Liberia, and that's why they want us to be quiet. You will not hear Jeremy Pierce saying, fine, the information minister, because this is above him. You will not speak to him. You will not hear the other man, the technical guy, Youngly, chief of staff, what's his name? Now he's a deputy minister. Daniel Sanders.
Yes,
yeah, Youngly, chief of staff. You will not hear Daniel Sanders saying, fine. Everybody that get beat in the government, they're quiet. They will not talk. They won't talk. But we will speak. They can get vexed, we will speak. They can turn off the radio, we will speak. They can threaten us, we will speak. They can go pray and do what they want to do, but we will not stop talking. We will. Because we owe it to the Liberian people. Uncle Sam, you shared that recording that was done. Tom recording.
It's in our chat room, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is Tom prior to him falling off. Let me play the video real quick. This is him prior to him falling off.
Excuse me, let me pass.
So there you have it, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah. Like I said, given what you said in the picture that you showed, no one should be tortured even until they are even guilty. Should not be tortured. Your human rights and you as a human being, your dignity should be respected. So I'm not sure what's going on, but there are ways that you don't need to torture someone to get information out of them. And this is why I always advocate for us getting forensic assistance. And not that we are not good, but not that our system in this country is not good. I'm sure we have some very good experts in our country who can do a lot of forensic work, but I think it adds an extra validation. It adds an extra validation. Let me just say that again. When we can get some outside help to help us avoid abusing someone's human rights in order to get information from them. We don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. If there's strategy, there's a strategy that you can use. You already said that you had enough. If you have enough, then let it work itself out in court. That's the democracy process. But when you start abusing someone and we don't say anything, or when I don't say anything, when my time to get abused, who's going to speak for me? It's going to be the norm when we start abusing people in our country because, we want to get information from them. So yeah, I don't. Let me see the tape. I think Stanton, you want to play the tape because I know it's in.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the tape. No, you don't have to worry. I'll play the tape, Dr. Richardson. Now I'm just waiting for the other guys that said they will be joining us shortly because I don't want to play over and over. But I want the Liberian people to hear the tape. And as a matter of fact, we'll put it on the Spoon page. Then people will go there and listen to it too. I'm going to tell Nelson to put it up. I mean, this is from Tom himself, what he went through all those days. I mean, Uncle Sam, you've been around the block, Uncle Sam. You know torture when you see torture. You were in jail. You were scared like hell. You thought you were going to die. I want you to talk to us about the new Liberia under Joseph Boakai, this government, what they're doing right now, something that we thought couldn't have happened under President Boakai. Talk to us.
Okay, so let me just sound a caveat. President Boakai himself is a man of God. I know him well enough to know that he's a man of good moral character. And I know that he is somebody who's not going to hurt anybody. But every government have people in the government or around the government who do things in a very sycophantic way, in a barbarous way, to try to prove that they are very loyal to the president because they want some benefit out of it. President Joseph Boakai will not gave order to torture anybody. His wife would not give order to torture anybody. But there are people within this government that were inherited from the post-war dispensation who, for reasons known to themselves, always want to prove they have power, they can exercise it any way they can, and this is bad for the country. Because if there is torture in the country, it will be in the U.S. Human Rights Report, State Department Human Rights Report. It will come out. It will come out. It will come out. If it comes out, people who want to invest in the country and looking at the political and economic risk, they'll say, well, this is a country where the torture people are. I'm not going to invest in this country. I don't want to be tied to this country where there's official torture. They're going to look at the murder of that guy at 72nd Junction, where they were busting his head with rock. And I have not seen a very strong statement from President Boyka or his officials condemning it in a very strong way so that this kind of thing cannot happen. I haven't even seen them condemn in a very strong way the burning of the magisterial court in Lofa County, in his own county. So we need people to express righteous indignation at all of these things that are happening in the country. So we have to say we are bigger than this, we are better than this, and we are no more this country where people saw in the 90s, where people were eating human hearts, where people use the intestines of people as what they call the thing he said, at checkpoints. We've gone beyond that. I pray that we've gone beyond that. But my thing is that some of our friends within the Unity Party government will not condemn it. They will not condemn it strongly because they want to use whataboutism. So they will say, well, it happened in the past, in the previous government, and this and this and this. So there's no justification for that. You came to radically change this country. You put it in your hand. So we don't want to do what we're doing in the past. We give it to you. Do something different. And you're not doing anything that is different from what you accuse others of. So, this is very troubling. This is very troubling. Look, Stanton, this is Monday. Mrs. Katumu Boyka office has not come out yet to tell us what is the story behind Vafi, what her name, Vafi, what Vafi last name, man?
Vavi Holmes.
What?
Vavi Holmes.
Yes. We carried this story almost 4 days ago, and nothing has been said about that. Are they involved in it? What are they afraid of? That is very, very, to me, that is very troubling. The fact that they don't act fast to these things here. They have to act fast. Because if it starts to seep in the public consciousness that this is what this government is all about, it will be very bad for the country going forward. It will be very bad.
And you're right, Dr. Richardson. Let's hear you guys. Again, we get to the full line. We want to hear from you. Post your comments. Let's read your comment. Let's highlight your comment. We're going to play the 7 to 15 minutes recording from Tom, who is at the hospital right now fighting for his life. We're going to play that. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you.
Yeah, there's two things I want to speak about. I want to speak about the human rights violation and how it affects our country, and also the practice of burning in our country, just burning trash, burning farm, burning wood, and all of those things. But let me start with human rights violation. As Uncle Sam rightfully said, when things like this happen in our country, when we take an accuser and start to violate that person, we are also chipping away at democratic principles, okay? We are telling the world that to some extent we are barbaric. We can't, just use strategies to get answers from people that we want to hear. And what the world sees is that this is a country that people are constantly violated, especially if you are accused. And so we don't want that to happen. We want for people to see our country as, free and fair at most times, and also that we want investors to come here. Um, Again, like I said, if we don't speak about someone's rights being abused now, and at the end of the day, I hope that someone will speak when my rights are being abused, so that the world can know. But all in all, I think that if you abuse someone's rights, and if the government even has the best case against that person, this abuse can become an issue. Okay, it can become an issue during the trial period. So this is why your I needs to be dotted and your T needs to be crossed when you're doing such high profile case like this. So that's what I wanted to say about that. I think I said it before about human rights violation, but I wanted to talk about Stanton. I observed that there's a practice of people just burning fire anywhere, anywhere. Like somebody, there will be garbage. Somebody will just come and put fire on the garbage. They want to burn their farm, they will just burn their farm. And that runs a risk of just burning the quota rule of burning electricity wires, I mean, the electric wires, and it can be very dangerous and bad for our country. So I want to appeal to all of those people who are, burning fire out in the public and have no control. The fire can just go wild, and it's not on a farm. Is near light poles where electricity, is on, is in the city. Those are all hazardous things. It's very bad. It's a high risk behavior for one to just burn fire anywhere. So I'm appealing to you guys to just get in the practice of at least um, not burning fire in public, or either let the regulators regulate people who are burning fire. And I have suggestions as to how they can do that. Before you burn a fire, you get a permit, you know, before the fire goes wild. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much. We're going to jump on this story. Like always, please listen to Dr. Richardson, the new farmer on the block. The woman again, Casa business farming. So she will tell you, please call the fire service if you want to burn fire. Don't just burn fire to play your late potato grade. Don't burn it on the road. Dr. Richardson telling you now. The woman playing her Casa, the next thing she will be doing rice and things, she and Abraham. So therefore, don't burn fire yet. You ready to burn fire? Just call Dillon, chief of staff in your office, the new fire deputy director.
I say you call anybody. I say call. We have to work as a relation, but not just burn fire.
You said you want to call it.
But you said you want potato, so I can say that Dr. Richardson said about call me.
No, I said I'm gonna call him fire board. I was taking a picture in your office. He's the deputy fire guy. And you know that the man that they don't send a fire service, that's what all the houses burning down for. Because you send somebody with no fire experience do fire deputy job. They're not serious in the country. The 40 people that I'm telling they are senators that running up and down eating free money. Then they're sending all the houseboy there, all their girlfriend there, giving them job, and they want the country to be better. See them all in the Senate, crying like they love the country, jumping around like cockroach. I will not take 45,000 car, you took it. I will not take my salary. I will get 50%, but you lie, you eating it. I will not put fence around my house. You put fence there. I will not go ahead and sit with the government. You the government friend, boyfriend, girlfriend, everything. Then you say yourself that you say you're fighting for the Liberian people. LUN open in your own country, in your own Maserati country. You do jack about it. When it rain, the people swimming underwater, nowhere to stay. You do jack about it. They prosecuting your own people in your own country. Then you say now they're saying that you're fighting for the people. Your watch and see. We'll hold you accountable for destroying our country. Your senators and lawmakers, they are looters. They are liars. They came to steal, to kill, and destroy. And they want to justify themselves to be angels of light and call themselves the light. No, you are not. But we'll get to it. So again, we want to welcome all of you. My brother, Larry King is in here. Oh no, Paul Kennedy, not Larry King. Brother Paul Kennedy, I thought you were Larry King.
My man, I'm not that old.
Well, Larry King may so rest in peace. Oh man. Man, do you know when you listen to these guys there, when they used to come around and beg you and say, maybe Senator, I will fight for the people, and they
Said, I'm
come
sorry,
around.
that guy, you call it forget Larry King, and Amy just cracking up on you. So,
He looked like
that's what
Larry
I'm
King.
sorry
So then
about.
listen, let me say to you, all right? Today I'm in a different Zico mood because this nonsense got to stop in our country. I can't last when y'all say, y'all shut the radio station down. You cannot shut down Facebook. We'll be here with talk. Listen, our resources and everything, we fought George Brown we are to remove him for a better Liberia. Not for the best we receive it, not for the mess. Every Liberian citizen deserves the right to live. Every Liberian citizen deserves the right to a better health care. Every Liberian citizen deserves the right to advanced education. As Dr. Richardson, one thing should go in the back. Education space where there will be electricity, good internet connectivity, good classroom, good lab, good bathroom. You boast and say you're a senator, you're a representative, you're stealing the people money, and you want to celebrate and say you're championing the cause of the people. Where is the 150,000 allotted to you as a senator? Where is the 100,000 allotted to you? You been a senator for 27 years, Youngly. 3 years, every 3 years you get a brand new car. For 27 years, you know how many cars there? How many cars? If you reach 2029, you know how many cars that will be? You've been there for 10 years and adding. You know how many cars you alone get? If you get you a new car, send that car to the hospital, send that car to the university. What kind of wicked people we have we call lawmakers? Wickedness from the executive mansion, wickedness, the legislature, wickedness in the ministries, wickedness in the entities. And they want you to beg them. They take your sons and daughters and make them to be watchmen and beg them for bread every morning, chief. The son going home, what you get for him? Well, they may get 3 children. He get no bread for them to eat. But they might eat off the crumbs that fall off the table of you as a lawmaker. And you say, I'm fighting for my people. The nonsense got to stop. We came to rescue the Liberian people and not ourselves. Look at Buchanan. Receive information from Buchanan. It's worse. Youngly as a pro tem, what have she done for the people of Buchanan? A grand ambassador as a whole. What have she done to give them full corporate rest for Christmas and $2,000 liberty? The wickedness got to stop. It must stop. Nowhere for Dillon to run. He made friends with Sylvester Grisby. After condemning Sylvester Grisby for taking cars from NASCAR, he protected Sylvester Grisby. That now he say he hate the government. That now he want Prince Georgia. Let's stop that nonsense. For we know, Jesus Christ we know, who the hell are you to tell us that you don't like the government anymore? May God save our state, and we'll continue to preach this message. I don't talk to the cowboys. I don't talk to grievance seekers. They can say what they want to say on my name. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the leadership in our country. If you love your country, you must stand up and speak up. If you love Liberia, you must speak truth to power. They will not kill everybody. They will not jail everybody. There will be but the few good men and women that will say, yes, we fought for the change. Don't take $10 and $5 and think that it's okay for you because somebody gave you $5 and say, go cost center. That $5 you will eat for 6 years? That $10 you will eat for 6 years? Wake up. Wake up. There must be change in our country. And that change will come. If you agree and I agree, together we can bring that change. So guys, let's start the show. Uncle Sam, Paul Kennedy, Fandela Patrick, welcome. Uncle Sam, let's come with you. We are officially starting the Spoon Talk.
Look, my brother, I get depressed when I see the festivities in Ghana. I see tens of thousands of African Americans and blacks from the diaspora pouring into that country, enjoying themselves, buying houses, renting homes, patronizing restaurants, and just having a jolly, jolly good time. We are the descendants of slaves. Our country was the second country besides Sierra Leone that free men of color came to. We have now had my leg gone again. We have now had the Ghanaians. They have jacked that heritage from us, and they are cashing in on that heritage. They're cashing in on that heritage. They're making billions on that heritage. And when I see that, Paul Kennedy, Fandela Patrick, even though I got Fanti blood in me, but I'm a Liberian first, it hurts me. That's what I wanted to start this with. We have to do something to attract massive monies to Liberia in tourism and what have you. That's my position. Let me come try to put my left plane trick on me tonight.
Yeah, I LDC in South Africa. You will be fine. Paul Kennedy, welcome to the show, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to everyone and all of our colleagues on the panel. The Liberian people who, deserve better from their leaders. Stanton, you touched something. For me, I don't see length of time in the House of Rep or in the legislature as a problem. I was a legislature intern to Congressman John Conyers, who spent almost 60 years in the Senate. John McCain, in the House of Rep, John McCain spent 31 years. But those people really meant well for their people. They will put their neck on the line for their people. So when election came, the people of the 6th district in Detroit, Jeto Conyers, go right back. You're not going to have a competition. He was a House of Rep member for Detroit until he died in office. Elijah Cummings was also in the House of Rep for more than 35 years. So these people committed themselves to service. You can't be a senator or a representative for the district that the University of Liberia sits in, and the place looks deplorable that way, and then you walk around in pride. It doesn't make sense. It's more like you're trying to undermine people from getting educated because you don't want competition. Let me tell you, these guys, they are very smart. They say the least amount of people you have contesting for the position we have, the better for us. So what we'll do, we'll discourage them. People who have good morals and good character, when they come, we'll pay people who don't have any essence to think them bad. Stand on. So then when I go to Liberia, beginning who don't even have place to sleep are the one who be bar muffin Paul Kennedy. You are staying in Liberia alone for 5 years and live in a 3-bedroom house. But some of the beginning who did not have a place to sleep, their political demagogue will give them money and they'll be dragging me on Facebook, Paul Kennedy, you this way, you that way, only because they try to lower or limit my chances of competing with their political gods. The country we've inherited over the past maybe 15, 20 years now from the old hands of the politicians who were calling elitists, we have become worse than those people. We become worse than the Richard Henrys, than the Benny D. Warner, than the Torbers. We who fought and said, well, our people have been overlooked, they have been neglected, they've been undermined. So let's get into politics to redeem them. We reform their living standards. We came and did worse. So it's a sad thing. Sometimes it's difficult to say because they are taking advantage of the Liberian people, because a lot of the Liberian people really don't have time for politics. It is of recent time that Liberians actually started paying attention to politics. Most of the time they were on their farm, they're telling you we're doing well, we really don't care whether there's a change in government. So they just didn't know who to send to power. That's how these people came and said, well, we can represent you, we can do better. And the people gave them the power, and look how bad they are punishing the people. Senator, how can that place be called a university? How can you allow your children? I don't know of any lawmaker who has their son or daughter going to that school.
No, they're trying not telling that. No.
I don't know of any.
No, they're trying not telling that.
They feel proud for our own relatives and family people to have their own children going there. We have to do something.
Thank you. Let me bring Vadela Patrick. VP, welcome to the show. It's good. Nelson, if you can hear me in the back, please pick up your phone. Come on, Nelson. We got to take some calls. So if you can hear me, Nelson, you're there, please pick up your phone. VP, welcome to the show, my brother.
Well, thank you, CEO and Paul Kennedy and my dear big brother and father, Mr. Sam Jackson. It's good to see you here tonight. And those of you who are listening to us in Radio Land, I want to say you are welcome on the Spoon Talk. I bring you warm greetings from the great people of Magibe, specifically District Number 2, Smell Notice, my dear friends and brothers. I want to say it's good to be here. Interestingly, my mother is a regular follower of this show. Marcia, let me greet you tonight. I know you are listening. After the show, we'll talk later. But see, I don't think we should squarely place the blame of the underdevelopment of this country on our leaders. The citizens themselves, they are the problem. And I will continue to remind all of us, the capital building is a problem. Those appointed in government, they are also the problem. Sometimes people go to public offices with good intentions. Let me tell you, government by itself is not a bad thing. There are no demons in government. In any government around the world, I don't see demons. I don't see corrupt officials. But people take corruption to government and perfect it and make it a way of life. And that's why it is imperative for citizens to be very careful who they take to the government. It's almost like the church or the mosque. They are holistic. But demons go into the church and turn the church into something else. It's almost like a clean city. But people come from the villages and come to the city and turn the city into a village. It's the mentality. What we see today, the products of bad governance, it did not exist there. Like during elections, people make conditions. Like what Canada said? You want to compete against people who have suffocated them for years. The guys will dish out money. Give it to this person and say, this guy is a bad man. Don't follow him. The fact that you don't have money to say anything, they say you are not talking do. During the 2023 election, Magibe is a very strategic area. Going to Cote d'Ivoire in the southeast, you have to pass through Magibe. People were trucked from Masorado as far as Nimba, Grand Gile, for $20 and $30 to make decisions for people in those areas. They don't live there. They don't know anybody there. They truck them their cattle and goats to go make decisions. They come back and nothing is happening. They come on social media. They come on the same platform and say the government is not doing anything. In fact, some of them did not vote the second round of the election because people who truck them, they won election and say, I'm not wasting money again. People who lose the election, they could not truck them back. That's why you have almost 100,000 votes. A lot of people who did not vote. But what I can say is there's still hope for Liberia. I still believe that this country will prosper. Todman led the country for 27 years. Nobody thought that all our mineral resources were being depleted, we still have abundance, this country will prosper. This country will only prosper when we begin to elect people based on the size of their vision and the weight of their integrity to public institutions or appointed to public offices. This is the only way this country will proceed. Like for me, my resolution for 2025, I'll be more progressive to project a very good image about Liberia, at the same time holding our country's leaders accountable. You see, Stanton, Liberians, our population, we are yet to reach 6 million, but we established Liberia gained its independence in 1847. The other day, I was in Vietnam, and people were talking about the size of the country. The guy from Rwanda, 38 million, the other one. When I call Liberia, I say we are little over $5 million. I mean, $5 million. They can say, you mean a whole country or a constituent?
$5 million. What do you mean $5 million?
No, it's a mistake. I said we are little over 5 million persons.
I know.
You know, and the guy said, it said a region as a whole country. CEO as a close on this one. 2025, Liberia can make a comeback. And I'm appealing to people. I listen to you, Bacha, the senators. Today, I was at the Capitol building. I was observing. You see how people adore our leaders, like demon gods. I see them. I watch them. But again, I don't know. I have never been elected before. I don't know whether there is something at the Capitol building or in appointed offices and ministries that when people go there, they tend to get. I don't know. But I'm very hopeful that Liberia will be better than 2024.
Thank you. Vandana Patrick, Uncle Sam, Paul Kennedy. It's good to have you guys. Why the other guys wait, join us later. Let's have a great show. The Liberian people, they are all ready. They want to hear the different argument on the show tonight. I totally disagree with you, Vandana Patrick. You always put the blame on the Liberian people that voted. Yes, indeed. But we have to encourage them. We have to educate them. We have to show them the path to a righteous vote. If you dwell for 6 years, blame the Liberian people, you are not positioning yourself. These people been in this thing since 1847. So therefore, we should try to educate them, try to remind them that if you sell your vote for $20 or a bag of Gary, this is what you get. I would not blame them. I would blame the leaders that they thought they could have trusted with their vote and give them those leaders a chance. Folks that come into government and destroy the people and allow the people to eat like a dogs, the crumbs that fall off the table. They were getting the black SUV that they paid $45,000 US for. In 3 years, expect to have another black SUV for another $45,000. In another 3 years, as a senator, he will be entitled to 3 brand new black SUV because they created a law for themselves that it is right that I own 3 brand new SUV as a senator for 9 years. And when I'm leaving, I will leave with it. They created the law. They asked Mr. President, and that's why the people voted for Joe Boakai, believing that he was going to say, no, this is not rescue. And Uncle Sam, you can agree with me. That's why they say, you know why? We don't want Senator Dillon to have 3 SUV in 9 years. We don't want Rachel Kuhl from District number 11 to have 2 SUV in 6 years. We don't want Thomas Falah to have 2 SUV in $45,000, not $1,000 in 6 years. Mr. President, Mr. Ambassador, we're going to vote for you because we trust that you will change it. We trust and we know that you will stop it. And then Mr. Ambassador said, yes, I will. Send me to executive mansion. And the people walk through the poo-poo water, believing President Boakai at the time, Ambassador Boakai, who has stopped this. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, if we send you to the executive mansion, what will your budget be? Will you double size your budget? Will you increase your budget from $11 million to $27 million or whatever the amount is? Will you increase the vice president budget? And Mr. President said at the time, yes, I will. Send me to the executive mansion. Today, you know what the budget of the executive mansion is? If we send to the executive mansion, will the University of Liberia be open on time? Will we have good libraries? Will we have good education system? Ambassador Baga said, yes, he will. Send me to the executive mansion. John Ware didn't do it for you. I got a better plan. They said, we're sending to the executive mansion. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? For 1 year, the university remained closed. For 1 year, $34 million, no answer. For 1 year, poo-poo building. That's what you see in the University of Liberia. For 1 year, the children have turned to Zokos and Zokis. No, Vendetta Patrick, come back. Let me remind you that these people didn't keep their promises. They don't beg. Let me take the job of the woman when she died, when she passed away. May her soul rest in peace. And you know who I'm talking about. I will beat Thomas Farah because I'm the light. I will represent the people of Moserado so diligently. You can trust me. What can Dillon show for it? What? Yombly said, I will represent the people of Grand Bassa. You can trust me. What can Yombly show for it? The rescue brothers and sisters that jumping around the cockroaches, that refusing to contribute to the budget, Freeport collecting $25 million and over. Why are they not contributing? LPRC, why are they not contributing? But you know why? Look at their expenditure. Look at the increase and where the money going, that's the big question. Do you think that's what we fought for? May God save our state. May God bless our country. Rich in natural resources. Rich in natural resources. We can be better than New York if we do the right thing. Like Uncle said,
yes,
we can be better than LA.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
We have the right people.
Look,
How can the president agree to say that yes, indeed, we will hold those people responsible, but you get in the plane that is owned by B. Martin to take you to Lofa? Is there something wrong with us?
No. Stanton, I just want to tell you something quick. Stanton, there was $672 million worth of gold export out of Liberia. In 2023, 2024, we're looking at over $700 million worth of gold export. 90% of that comes from B Mountain. Because we have that quantity of gold export now, Switzerland has become Liberia's #1 trading partner. We only get 4% on royalty. We have zero gold reserves, If we take 25% of that to back our currency, the Liberian dollar will appreciate by more than 30% in a very short period of time. The other thing is that we will be able to increase the space to acquire more debt, to do more public sector investments, to build infrastructure, electricity, roads, schools, and all of that. We allow B Mountain to do what? Build their own cement factory. B Mountain. My government gave them the permit. We also allow them to build up their own mineral water factory. And lastly, we are allowing them to build tanks to bring in their own petroleum products. I don't understand the mindset of people who believe that a company can come, take over $700 million worth of gold, have no linkage to the economy. They don't refine the gold there. They don't make gold jewelry there. We don't get no reserves. We get something, and I'm speaking as somebody who understands a little bit of economics, something called export proceeds surrender. When you export that $700 million worth of gold, that money does not come back into the Liberian banking system. It stays in Switzerland and it stays in Turkey. So we are not benefiting in iota. Look at King George, my Liberian people. Does it look like a place where $600 million worth of gold comes from? Ask yourself that question. Don't get angry with Boyka. Don't get angry with George Weah. Get angry with yourselves because you elect people who are supposed to change these things to say, darn it, 25% of all gold exports will come back to Liberia and go to the central bank and be giving as credits to the commercial banks to build our economy. You will say that we're not allowing you to build a cement factory. You will buy local cement because there are 4 cement factories in Liberia. There are dozens of mineral water factories in Liberia. You buy mineral water from those people. That's what the legislature is supposed to be doing. Lastly, Stanton, the 3 years where they fully depreciate the car, that's part of the revenue code. We wrote that in 2000. It has nothing to do with the value of the car. We did that because it's something in accounting called accelerated depreciation. That was to give companies that came to Liberia after the war for them to depreciate their assets fast, because depreciation is a source of cash for them to reinvest. But it was not to fully depreciate a brand new SUV for 3 years where you can buy it at scrap value. My Liberian people, that is the country that you're looking at. Forget about Boyka, forget about Weah. Look at your legislators. They are the ones supposed to be the change agent. I rest on that. Thank you very much.
And on that note, I will welcome Jackie. I welcome Governor Clinton. It's always good to have you guys on with Sam. By the stroke of a pen, the president can reject the budget. Am I right, Paul Kennedy? The lawmaker can put everything in it they want. But the budget came from where? Before going to the lawmakers. Who sent it to the lawmakers? Can somebody help me? The executive is the one that sent it to the lawmakers. When they were putting all the yama in it. And after the lawmakers said, okay, we concur with this budget, send it back to Mr. President to sign. The president understood that the budget wasn't a rescue budget. He understood the pokes in the budget. He should have refused it and said, I'm not signing this. That doesn't represent the rescue government. The budget had no representation of the poor people in the country. And that's what a good leader would do. But the president signed on it. Once the president signed on it, Paul Kennedy, the president approved of everything within the budget. So it's on the president's desk. The president is responsible. The Liberian people must hear it. President Joseph Yima Boyka responsible for this destruction within the budget. If a lawmaker going away with $45,000 car, President Boyka is responsible. If the lawmaker is going away with $150,000, President Boyka is not fighting for the people of Liberia. He is responsible. Why in it for President Boyka and why in it for the poor people? Paul Kennedy, talk to me. Let's stop the joke. The president has the last signature and he signed on the budget. He approved it. It become a law. The president budget is 2025 budget. He owns the budget. Nobody else but the president. Paul Kennedy, talk to me.
So it is a difficult position to take. And let me tell you why. The president has the pen power to veto, which means if the 103 legislature decide they're going to cheat the Liberian people, the president can actually take the pen and say, you know what? You pass this budget and you're making additional allocation of money from here and there. I do not want that. I don't think it's appropriate. It does not reflect the development we want for the Liberian people. So you take this budget back and you regroup and make sure that it is in the interest of the Liberian people. The president can do that. But here's the thing, Stanton. The president is one man versus 103 persons who are handpicked by people in their constituent, by a smaller population. The senators and the representatives are well known to their people than the president. President Baka now went to Babalu to campaign, but people that voted for President Baka. Whereas the senators and the representatives from Babalu who were elected are people who lived with the people there, right? So it is incumbent upon them to be the eye, to be the watch, to say, you know what? The president may not be able to see everything, but we are here to balance the power. That is what they should be doing, Stanton. So I agree with you that the president actually has some of this responsibility. I'm not backing for them. He should take some of the blame because as the president, one of the things he pushes should be there to benefit the Liberian people. But what if he misses that? The people who are supposed to be there as safety net for the Liberian people are those people who are the House of Rep and the senators that are handpicked directly by the people from their constituents to come there to represent them. So let's put some of the blame on them too. The president should not be the only one to carry the blame. The senators, the representatives, and the president, if they are cheating the Liberian people, they are all may be in the cahoots to do that. I will not blame one branch of the government. The both branches will take the equal share.
Thank you. Again, I would say welcome to Spoon Talk, and this is where we all say our own. I talk my own, you talk my own. 100 and 200% disagree with my brother, Paul Kennedy. The president is the only man that represents all branches of government. If you look at it the way you should look at it, the president is in both places as also his vice president. This is a myth. The president signed a budget. That's why after everything, they send it back to the executive for final signature. Once the president signed it, it becomes a law. If the president, listen, did the president even try to reject something in the budget? Did he even try? Did he even try small to say, I didn't go Babalu like you said, but the people of Babalu voted for me? Did he even try small to say, I disagree with the one principle you put in there? Did the president even say something small to say, I disagree that you're giving the small money to the ministry, to education department? I want you to increase it. Oh no, I'm an agriculture man. What you're giving agriculture is too small. Did the president even try? By your stop this thing, man. From that Patrick talk to me. I like the show. I told my own, you told your own.
CEO, let me also respectfully disagree with you when it comes to the functionalities of government.
Very good.
Oh, you got it. You got your message, disagree. Hey!
CEO, the budget preparation starts with the executive. And it is imperative to state clearly there are three distinct branches of government. The executive is the one to execute. But they prepare the budget and send it to the national legislature. Some of the things they put in the budget for various ministries and agencies, the government sat, they did perhaps surveys to say, this is what you want. This is what we will give you based on the revenue collection stream. That this is what you will have. It comes to the legislature, perhaps certain thing is not there, the legislature will say, we want to do this. I'll give you an example. Over a period of time, the executive was responsible to construct projects in various countries. But this gone budget, $100,000 was put in the budget for every lawmaker, district representative, to carry on what they call legislative projects. Another money was put there for senators, $150,000 to construct what they call legislative projects. That means in 6 years, a lawmaker will generate $800,000. A representative will have $600,000. It was predicated upon the fact that the executive was not doing exactly what they were doing when they put money in the budget for construction or project in various districts. The executive would not do it. And many of the lawmakers were seeing in the eyes of their people that they were not doing anything because there was no development. So they took charge. Hey, the president will always sign the budget. Technically, the president cannot remove any legislator. But the legislators, they have the power to remove the president, to impeach the president. They can do it to Fonati, who else they can do it to? They can do it to Cabinet Janet, who else they can do it to? So technically, there is a cahoot. But what I can say is this. I place the burden on the people, Liberians. And like I said, 2025, I'll be slow on the leaders, and my emphasis will be on the voters. We'll rack it, whether you like it or not. Every day we're blaming leaders. We're not going to blame them anymore. Article 1 is clear. It states that the power is inherent in the people. No, Stanton, come to think about this. You see grown men and women with muscles. They sit in Grand Cayman Country. The people are violating their rights. The last time I went to Yeke Park, Meta still has been operating. They made our people to live in continuous. They've been here since 2009. The people don't have
So now, Patrick, let's go around the table. We'll come back to you. Yeah, let them respect the 2 minutes now, VP. Yeah.
Yeah, I spoke for 1 minute, 30 seconds.
But then I'll stop, man, back. Please, let them respect the 2 minutes back.
Yeah, let me conclude. CEO, nobody will come and make Liberia better for you. Liberians need to stand up. When they see that their leaders are not doing well, district representatives or senators and companies operating in their areas, they have the right to stop the company, to demand a change. That will even force their lawmakers to come and say, what you're doing to the people is wrong. But they will sit there and they will be crying, spoon on top for all. We're not coming to say anybody in 2025. You not fight for yourself, we'll force you to fight for yourself. I'll reduce my talking to national leaders. But these people have to fight for themselves. It's too much in this country.
Thank you, Vandela Patrick. Again, you know, Vandela's story is that the people didn't vote for him, they vote for Maggie. So he might with the people and say the truck here and there. Vandela, the people remain the people. We will still preach that which we need to preach. I want to welcome Jason. Okay, thank you very much. I want to welcome Jason Jeru. Jackie, welcome to the show. Let's hear you.
So, Stanton, I'm just getting on the show. Are we talking about the budget? What exactly are we talking about?
No, we're going to go. I'm going to lay this thing out. You have asked a beautiful question, but just do your intro. Then once we lay all this, these were just side talk we're putting on. We'll get into the subject.
Oh.
Yeah. So do your intro, Jackie. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone on the panel and to the Liberian people in Liberia and in the diaspora. It's good to be here today, and I'm looking forward to another fascinating conversation this evening.
Jackie, thank you, man. Like whenever you come on the show, I feel good. It's good to have you, Glennie, and Dr. Richardson. Dr. Bubla is in the back. He have an internet problem. I tried bringing him on. He can't. His video is not coming on. You got to tell LTA to start harmonizing Dr. Bubla internet. Dr. Bubla, we can see you in the back, but when we bring you on, your video is not opening. Please work on it. Let me go back to Governor Clinton, the JD. Governor, welcome to the show, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. Looking forward to talk about some of the most important issues today.
They will get you. They will call you daddy all day. Governor is frustrated.
You can't run away from that daddy business.
You can't run away. Let me bring in Gibson, the bad guy from Grand Judah. Gibson, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I think I want to give Boakai administration a little bit of kudos when it comes to the budget. If you look at the draft budget, 2024 budget for health was 80,000. The outturn was 52 million. 80 million. The outturn was 52 million. Now it is 85 million. So in education, there were 111. The outturn was 86. And now today, is 114 in this year. Agriculture was 6 million. The outturn was 4 million, and it was increased to 15 million. I think President Bwaka is trying his best to put in place a system that will be able to engender development. What needs to be seen is the people who are handling those budgetary allocations: health ministry, agriculture ministry, education ministry. What we need to see from them, I think what the president needs to do is for the president to now demand quota from them: monthly quota, quarterly quota, and annual quota. I think that way he will get productivity. Now, we who have small businesses, we do that quota. I'll tell my editor from this time to this time, I want to see what you're doing. I tell my assistant staffing director here that I want to see this from this period to this period. I want to see this thing. Make me a report where you came from, where you're going, and what's the projection. We do that. We as small businesses. The government has failed to set quota for these ministers. And I think it's time for the president to set quota for these people. But it looks like they are overlooking what they are doing. They are not putting into practice what they are supposed to do. They are generously using their time for different things. So if we get our $15 million for agriculture this year, can the minister tell us how is he going to use the 15 million? Can President Bwaka now tell the Minister of Agriculture, I need you to give me your monthly projection, your quarterly projection, your biannual projection, and your annual projection. At the end of the year, I want you to tell me how you're going to achieve what you're going to achieve. If these people fall short of the monthly projection, the quarterly projection, you can know during cabinet meeting that you're going to have the president breathing on your neck. We need to start doing that. I think the president is trying to do that by increasing the budgetary allocation.
Thank you.
It is not bad at all. And I think we need to continue with that. But those people who are principal advisors of the president, they are the ones who are misleading the president. They are the ones that are not doing the job. It's difficult for you to be able to know whether they are producing or not producing until you assign quota to them.
Thank you very much, Gibson.
Why I will do that?
Gibson, let me ask you. You name healthcare, you need health, education, and agriculture, right?
Yes.
What was put in there for health?
Okay, let me go there. I got something for health. Health ministry.
You must send it to me to Gibson because I just want to ask you very quick. We got to get
health ministry.
Yeah, how much were put in the 2024?
Yes, health ministry is 85 million at this point.
And with
from 51.
And the outturn.
From 51, yes, from 51. Outturn was 75 million.
Wait, hold on, Gibson. I ask you, I beg you, Gibson. I don't understand. 2024 budget, what was put in it for health?
2024 budget was 75,188,965.
Okay.
The budget outturn became
no, Gibson, relax. We'll take it step by step. I beg you. Let the people understand.
2025 budget. 2025 budget.
No, don't tell me about 2025. I'm asking the question, Gibson. What kind of journalist are you? I'm asking the question.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What? Yeah. 2024, not 2025.
Yeah, 2024 is 75 million. I don't want to call it other thing.
No, let me ask. 2024 health, how much was put in?
75 million.
What was the outturn?
51 million.
Okay, so we said 51. So therefore, 24 million stay in Zico, right?
24 million was unrealizable.
You used to be well. That's why we're carrying the market.
So, can I ask a question?
I beg you, Sister Jackie will come in.
Let me progress.
I don't want to ask Gibson what date is he pulling that data from?
No.
The 2025 budget, draft budget, made an estimate from 2023 to 2027. So the recapture the budget, the actual budget of 2023, the budget of 2024, the estimated outturn of 2024.
That's why you guys cannot succeed in this business. Since 1990, you've been trying to do this journalism work. It's not helping you. That's why you're doing all the work in America. And you might be, brother, I respect you. You come out with story that is not adding up. It's a mess up thing. You sound like DeLong, that we put the biggest amount in education ever in the history of Liberia. Then when you ask them how much actually the people receive, they can tell you. They put some
no, you're making a mistake.
Let me finish, Gibson. They put 75 million for health. The people receive only 51 million. 24 is questionable. Then you give up big terms for us to follow. Can't you stop that thing, man?
No, listen, I gotta be realistic here. I gotta be realistic. The budget is hold on. The budget is a projection. The government said we are going to raise 75,188,000 this year. At the end of the day, the government was able to outturn 51 million. That means it was not possible for the government to raise revenue to 75 million. Now, this year, in 2025 budget, the government is projecting 85 million. So we'll see at the end of the budget year, how much outturn did they get?
If you want to talk truth to power, right, come with actual document. The government failed the Liberian people last year on this budget, and they said our Jawea budget. Now they created another budget called 2025 budget. They will fail again, and they will say that Jawea budget again. Let's stop this. They promised the health department, the health system in the country, will give you 75 million, which of course is nothing. They couldn't come up with the 75 million. The same government saying that we'll raise $1 billion. Double Jara celebrating. They can't come up with what they owe from last year. You want us to buy this, Gibson? Be real, man.
I'm trying.
Get to that move on.
But before you move on, let me say that before you move on, because my 2 minutes wasn't finished. You jumped into it. So I want to give you 45 seconds back. I want you to give my 45 seconds back. What I'm trying to prescribe here is a conscious effort by a president who announced that he's going to increase budgetary allocation for certain ministry that he believes are very important to the development of the country, including health, agriculture, education, and he delivered on that by increasing the budget. What didn't happen though, and which is always possible in
you will celebrate the president to say, I will build a skyscraper in 1 year, and this is my plan to build a skyscraper.
Exactly. So we get
you intend to build 20 stories. You intend to build 20 stories, and you were able to get money to build 15 stories. Can you tell the president thank you for building 15 stories out of the 20
No, I cannot. You gotta realize that we gotta go to. We'll come to you for that, Patrick. 1 minute. And I know we started the show. Sister Jackie want to talk. Honorable Gray, welcome to the show, Honorable Gray. It's good to see you.
Yeah, let me chip you on the budget issue. Thank you very much. I can go ahead.
Go ahead, Honorable Gray.
Okay, basically, let me say thank you very much. I'm sorry for coming late because I already had a lot of engagements, and I wish to already end the show. But I do agree with Stanton for one of the first time when he said the budget is presidentially driven. The budget usually originates from the executive branch of government because the president programs and policy, for example, the rescue agenda or the arrest agenda. They look at the arrest agenda. It's on the basis of those priorities that the budget is being prepared by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development, along with all of the budget analysts, all land ministries and agencies, sending all of their concerns. They put it together because they want the president to succeed. If you listen to Prince Mwoyi, even after the passage of the budget, who is the chairman of Westminster Finance in the Senate, he said the president will succeed in the budget that we're passing the budget because the president has programs and projects. He's on public record for that. Budgets are not prepared in isolation. They are prepared because the president agenda. That's why when the country succeeds economically, they will say President Boyka administration or George Weah administration or Ellen Johnson led administration. They will not be giving the credit to individual lawmakers. Even when the history of the country is written, they will tell you, say, this president and these are the achievements, these are the challenges. So I do agree with Stanton to a greater extent, 90%, that the budget reflects the national agenda or the campaign commitment or promises by the president. The next thing I wanted to dismiss here, the 2024 budget was not the George Weah budget. When the budget was submitted, because we changed the budget year now runs from January to December. When the budget was submitted before we left, we didn't pass on the budget, we left the budget. Because we thought that the next administration will have its own priorities. And definitely, that budget was left in committee room. President Boyka and his team sent for the budget. The budget was withdrawn from the legislature, and they submitted a new budget with new priorities. Priorities ranging from health, education, rural. I think you heard about the $20 million for rural, all of those things. Besides that, they also submitted two separate budgets. They submitted a supplementary budget and they submitted a recast budget. There's a difference between the supplementary, that means maybe the government has identified new sources of revenue, so they submit that. The recast could be that the government also found new revenue or there's a decrease in the budget, so they got to reprioritize about the recast budget. So all of the priorities of the president, ranging from the fight against drugs, in fact, the president declared drugs a national emergency. And I guess all of you follow that. They declared just a national emergency. Not only that, the issue of tourism, the president raised the issue of tourism to the highest extent. The issue of health. In fact, there was a time in the recast budget that lawmakers were arguing, members just were arguing about the health sector. They were arguing about the issue of jobs that had reduced the budget. So the budget, to a greater extent, whether you like it or not, I've been in the legislature before. The lawmakers, especially from the executive branch of government, or those friendly lawmakers will be fighting for the passage of the budget in line with the agenda of the president and priorities of that party. Whether in America, even if Trump presents a budget, that budget will be in line with the commitments they made to the Liberian people. For example, when they say healthcare will put $20 million or will create new employment in America and it has to do with the budget, they will put that in the budget and they will fight for it. That's what they do. So the whole issue about, one lawmaker sitting here, the lawmaker, the budget, the lawmaker, the input this. Let me tell you this. Sometimes a single lawmaker can decide and say, look, I want to clean it in the budget. Other 73 representatives.
Thank you, Honorable Gray.
Okay.
I want us to get into this.
What do you put it in?
Honorable Gray, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. It's good to have you. It's good to have everybody.
I got a question
we'll come back to you, Gibson. Gibson, we'll come back to you. Gibson, we'll come back to you. Let's get into the program. I beg you. Let's try to welcome everybody else. It's just only important today on the topic. We want to discuss the recording of Tom. The staff from the office of Wadati Kofa. He complained that he was tortured. I believe you guys listened to that recording. If not, it's in the chat room. Everybody on this show, with the exception of Gibson and Honorable Gray, in the chat room, we should be adding them both also in the chat room.
I won't be in the chat room.
No, we're adding, but we're afraid because we don't know if we can trust you.
I don't not issue a trust, but I won't be there. I don't want to cause chaos in your chat room.
Thank God, because Mo Ali already said we shouldn't argue. But again, we want to say this, Uncle Sam, you listen to the recording. We'll play the recording. Most of all have listened to it. I'm getting it ready to play it. Uncle Sam, I mean, where are you with it? You don't want us to play it first before we go into it? What do you think?
It's up to you.
Yes.
Okay, Nelson, can you play the recording? You already have the recording. Can you play the recording? Let's start with Tom.
It is 15 minutes, though. Stanton is 15 minutes.
We'll play a little bit. I have the 7 minutes. We'll play a little bit of it. And then we can, let me control it from here. Let's just introduce it to the people. Then from there, we see what is what. But the recording, I want you to.
start slapping me.
Can you hear it?
Start hitting me. And then you talk, slap me on the ground, start hitting me. They beat me for almost 5 minutes. Then he said, they're not recording here. They're not recording in Kereso. Where better? I said the problem here, all the men is they're my co-workers. Even people are maintaining me in a place. Even people are living in Singapore Bridge. The other guy you hear the recording there, he gave me how they call it place there, who was the count of my function, I bring it money. I didn't know. So I go to between Kuba myself that he was bringing it for the protest because we all bringing people for the protest. That I got me compound that money, I'm going to see back in that, and the men got down for I didn't go for protest. He said you lie. Start beating me. They beat me. And they brought another statement up. They say you are now with Janako. So Janako. They say constitution fire code. If I say we get recording on you, you are calling Janako. Say you Janako and where is Jerry Power should meet your enforcement place. From there, you're going to be visible back to that. But the people that you calling, so I don't even know them. Janako, you can't say, I even know in my face. I don't hear your name. I even know in my face. And I'm not even a person who can go on to how they call it. My Lord, the problem, the guy who has statement, the guy read the guy statement. I say, if you bring the message in me, then you'll win your case. You say, okay, now you brought it back. So then so from 11 to 3 o'clock, and now beat me the ball, making me now. In fact, the first event is they say they carry me down to the basement where they get on a ground place there. They will so the mask me if I'm scared what they want. They will so the mask me. I say people like anything you want to give me now, but the first thing I wonder where I am. I wonder where I am. You say each the house water, that snakes inside there. If you not care what we want to there, we carry to the snake and water. The snake will fuck with. If I will fuck with it on there. I just begin laughing there. I said, people, I don't do nothing. I they came by us. What they came in? They brought us to me. I said, possible. If you see the point, I call the person here now. As you pay a recording from my phone. Pay the person recording. Let me listen to the person for the person myself. You say, oh, you smile and your eyes smile and they start beating me. They beat me one low. The director will sit on a call. And he will sit on a call and win a bathroom. They say, we'll get a man. He say, yeah, we'll get a man. And when I hear, he said, don't worry, Director. The man will get on him, with many guests on him, with things on him that you carry. You better have program. Because anything I do, the man will tell how to get another me today. Even if I say, they will say, I stay here. All handle it. Do it. Beat me. I tell you, I fainted, so I fell down. They were almost 3:30. They left me. They say, oh, man, you're putting me inside the seat. I was in here. I want to allow it to put my hair on the rest there. Jebro, you were going to keep right, man. You got to kick me. You come back, so get up, man. They took me and came in and put me in the chair. I'm staying out there. My Lord, one of God called the key was different information.
Nelson, can you come and play from the studio? And there will be on the radio, people on the radio line saying that it's kind of too low. So Nelson, get it ready for you to play from the studio. Uncle Sam, what you heard from the portion of the recording we just
send it to me too. Send it to me. Let me remove the background noise. Send it to me.
All right, Uncle Sam, what you make of what you just heard?
Very troubling. Very troubling. From the onset of this investigation, I expressed my skepticism on the ability of the Liberian authorities to investigate this matter and come to a conclusion based upon real evidence. From what I'm gathering, if this guy was truly involved, as the government claims, then there should be no other interrogation. He should have been arrested, charged, and sent to court, and the evidence adduced. But what they apparently were trying to do is to get him to confess to crimes which is claiming that he did not commit. So the investigation is not over. There is no conclusion. And I'm urging all of my Unity Party friends, for once, let us come together and let us condemn what appears as torture. You saw the guy limping. The guy was arrested. He was in good health. We all saw him. And a few days later, he was not in any known police custody. He was taken to some area, an unknown area, and then questioned by unknown men. And he's basically claiming that he was tortured. This is Guantanamo Bay. This is rendition. Just like they did an extraordinary rendition of a Ghanaian citizen that was extracted from the central prison at 3 o'clock in the morning and put on a military airplane and given to the junta. One, and as Pop said, are 3 people. This is not the Joseph Boyka that I know. I don't believe he authorized it. He had any knowledge of it. But I think there are people around him in the security forces, rotten apples from our post-war dispensation, responsible for November 7th, responsible for all kinds of illegal acts, heinous acts. They are still within the security. And what they're doing is they're contaminating this government. Even if my Unity Party surrogates, they're very good at modeling it. They will speak their fine English. They will say this is not correct. They will say this is fake. And they would try to convince some impressionable minds out there that this is fake. They will never admit.
Thank you, understand. Thank you.
And never
Thank
admit
you.
it. You must first admit.
We gotta go. We said we gotta go. This recording was done today when the brother went to visit him in the courtroom. We received the recording. It was recorded. And this brother that did the recording, information reaching us, he was arrested today thereafter. Paul Kennedy was you about his experience, what he went through under the custody of the National Security Agency. I mean, talk to us, Paul Kennedy.
Yes, Stanton, when they put the video in the chat room, I saw a gentleman in the black jacket. I don't know him, but the police had him cuffed and they were guiding him. His gait is unstable. He was limping on one of his legs. He's physically, from my own assessment of him, just looking at him from video, he's drained, probably dehydrated, was completely, lethargic. When you see him, he has not slept for a while. And that's coming. I'm doing that assessment from a professional physician assistant assessment. That's what I use the medical language. The gaits are unstable. I mean, he was limping as you saw him walk. He's drained, dehydrated. And if he's saying that he was tortured, which is allegedly coming from him, I wouldn't want to argue against that. What I would call is that the Ministry of Justice actually, giving a little more attention to see whether what he's claiming is truth. And if it is true, they need to correct it, because that is a human right violation if he's being tortured, and it's at the beginning of this year, that would not be a good news for the Unity Party government. So, he's not looking healthy. I mean, of course, most people in prison in Liberia, because of the prison situation, which most of the prisons should be shut down in the first place, because they are not habitable. You enter those places, it smells out of there. It doesn't have the quality for a human being to stay in there. You put a dog in there, it's going to die. And most of the time, the people who stay in there for months and years actually just have some longevity. But let me throw something in before. Why Gibson? In the last budget, they had $357,000 for Emery Hospital in Bapolo. You know how much they received? $35,000. Out of the 357,000, the Emirate Hospital only received 5,000 of that money.
So we'll come to that. We'll come to that. I know it was important that we discuss the budget. We'll come to that, my brother Paul. Let me bring it from there, Patrick. Let's stick with this clip because that's our main topic for today, VP. Let me hear you, my brother, please.
So, CEO, as a former torture victim at the National Security Agency, the NSA of Liberia, I can confirm that that place is notorious. It's not been reformed. And one would even be tempted to say they have death squads at that agency. And any government that comes to power, if they find you not to be in line or you critical, you can be neutralized. And I could say a lot here, but it borders on national security. But I will share with some of you confidentially the operations of the NSA. In the first place, this young man should not have gone there. I see people talking it's fake. Let's assume it was fake. He has no right to be incarcerated. Number one, before you take someone under such, an environment and taking it at the NSA, you must establish the criminal history of this individual, whether he poses a serious threat to national security. Let somebody come now and say, oh, Fenella Patrick, ain't no plan to war through the government. The first thing, I'm sure people in the security sector will say, no, that man can talk, but no, man. We have watching from XYZ. But, our security forces, they tend to be overzealous. And this is why most of these things are happening. So for somebody to come here and say this is fake, it's a lie from the belly of the devil. When I was there, tortured psychologically and physically, I came out, I said, they put some lies in my eye. I don't know what was the intent. I was tortured. It was all a make a lie. Frontline defenders and other human rights organizations flew me to Ghana. They said they couldn't work on the eye and my eyes would be destroyed completely. I had to be flown to the United States and did a surgery in Maryland, the two eyes. So it is a bad thing, like Paul Kennedy said, that 2024, this government struggle to balance. The people are angry. Things are hard. We are just starting 2025. You have already considered two goals. You should be thinking about how you can equalize in 2025, maybe 2026. You can go for 5-hour penalty. And maybe you can continue. Then you start with this thing and make no mistake. The MCC compact is already a very good prospect for the government. But one of the cardinal things that is there is rule of law. So the abuse of human rights, not just what happened in prison, but look at what happened today at the Temple of Justice.
Thank you. Let's make another round on that. Let me bring in Jackie. Jackie, welcome to the show. Let's talk about Tom, the staff to Fonati office, his incarceration story. Jackie, are you with us?
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Jackie, let's talk on the Tom issue, please.
Okay. Stanton, I still have the picture of the Capitol in mind. Apparently that was a heinous crime, which is now described as arson. If there is a suspect that we see that a joint security has in custody, we saw him walking today from the courthouse. The video is in the chat room. I hope they will play that too. I hope you will play that to show him walking in his jacket. I heard Paul saying that he looks like he's dehydrated. I see pictures all the time when we young in Liberia. All of us look like we dehydrated. So we have to be careful with what we are saying here on the show because people are listening to us. What we did see as evidence today was that young man walking out of the courthouse today. To some degree, when you have such heinous crime committed, the joint security or whosoever is responsible for interrogation under the law may have to go one step further in their questioning to get people to see if at all they will be able to get some evidence, because the act on the Capitol building, it was, I mean, is you can't describe it. For us who trying to move forward when it comes to peace and reconciliation and create a stable environment for the country, for the Liberian people to thrive and develop themselves. That was an evil act against the 5.2 million people of Liberia. Now let's take one person out of the 5.2 million who may be a person of interest or be a suspect. We see this young man is walking. He walked today. Even if he's limping, overall, he looks okay. Whether he's dehydrated or not dehydrated, we don't know whether or not he drank enough water. But the point of the matter is, we must remember that something terrible happened that day. And Tom, from his video today, it seems like not much happened to him if we think that he was badly tortured. That recording that we just heard, it cannot be verified, nor can it be validated whether or not it was actually true. But at least what the evidence is, we see this young man walking today and moving around today, and that is the fact.
Jackie, are you saying anybody that
Okay, no, let's give everybody the chance.
Let's have complete.
So then everybody will have the chance, guys. This is a very serious issue. Let's just be
and
calm.
For me, the bottom line is, Clinton, all of us should be concerned with getting the people who allegedly burned down the people's house that is impacting our budget and 5.2 million people, because that's kind of like getting rid of one branch of government. This is a very, very serious crime, and we should not take it lightly. All of us should be concerned and thank the joint security for acting right now, and hope that they have all the necessary resources and tools needed and funding needed for us to resolve this matter accordingly, because it was a very, very serious crime, which I think is an act of terrorism that was committed that day at the Capitol.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you for your own contribution on this matter. Clinton?
Just a quick question, Vendelak. In which year did you have your issue where you arrested?
2013.
2013. I believe it was under the UP government, 2013, right?
Yes, 2013 and 2016.
2013, 2016, right. Look, this is a pattern under the UP government. It is a pattern that we see. And, I'm not even going to address somebody like Jackie, who's not, she's telling us on this show right now, we were in there. We do not know where these NSA black sats are, but we are supposed to go there and go ask them or go look for the evidence. That's sheer nonsense. The only person who was at that facility and who, from a health professional on the show tonight, says from his observation, looks like in a basket, is the individual who is saying that he's been tortured. We have nothing else to go about what this young man is saying. To completely or directly dismiss the thing, not even calling on the government to look into the allegations, is just, it is an affront to this, the safety of this young man is an affront to anything rule of law. You saying that it doesn't matter what happened to these people because we want to find the doors of the Capitol building, the security forces, in your own words, can go one step. They can go one step further. They can torture people. They can brutalize them, as long as we find who the suspected people who burned this Capitol building is. This is what we are facing now. This is what
I will not allow you on the show to put words in.
Well, I'm just saying what
you have to wait. Jackie, you have to wait. Jackie, I will mute you. You will have to wait.
Jackie, I think you should be
Jackie,
ashamed
you
of
will have
yourself
to wait.
on this public
Jackie, you will
platform.
have to
And
wait. Let Clinton finish. Jackie, you will have to. Jackie, you will have to wait. That Clinton finish. You will have to wait. That Clinton finish. Jackie, you will have to wait. That Clinton finish, please. Everybody will have the second round to talk, please.
That's how I understood it when she said that the security forces will have to go one step farther when she talked about this condition of this man.
Stop.
Right? So look, my disappointment, and I told you Stanton earlier today, my disappointment is not in the Boakas administration, because we have on this very show right now someone on this platform who endured the same kind of torture. So this is a pattern. This is not something strange. My outrage tonight, and I didn't even want to come on the show tonight, it's not with him. It's with the opposition community. It was somebody, these human rights lawyers who we know could be prominent. Somebody like Kofi who sits now as National Security Advisor, and these kind of outrage is happening under him. Those are the people who I'm angry with. I'm angry with Zanon Cummins. I'm angry with Josh Weah. I'm angry with all these political leaders who the Liberian people look up to as voices, and they are sitting and they are quiet and they are allowing these things to happen. They are allowing people to be extradited illegally out of our country, to be brutalized, and they are saying nothing. Those are the people. I don't care about Jackie and everything she's saying tonight. Those are the people my outrage is at.
Thank you very much. Gibson, come in, please.
Let me ask you, Mr. Clinton, is there any medical reports that corroborate this guy's torture?
There is no medical report. Two things I said tonight.
Okay. Let
me adjust the question.
That's all I want. That's all I want. You answer my question.
Thank you.
You answer my point. Look, I can give you an example of a reporter who was in my newsroom, who claimed that he went to the CDC headquarters and he was tortured and beaten. And all I needed to say was two things. Where's the mark of the torture? You can't show me mark. Maybe they beat you in a way that you have internal problem. So can you go to the hospital? I will send you to the hospital. You go there, let the doctor tell you that you have internal injury. It was proven false. I told the reporter we cannot publish that story, and we did not publish it.
So you're
Patrick here,
there's a liar.
They were stopping Jackie here for your business. Patrick here says when he was tortured, the doctor proved that he has problem with his eyes and problem with even more physical appearances. That's an evidence. There were other people who were tortured and they have physical proof that they were actually tortured. The trouble sword who was beaten and have physical signs of torture. He was flown to Ghana, and the Ghanaian doctor realized that he had problem with his eyes and his arms, and that was true. So here is the thing: as much as nobody can criticize Joseph Boakai more than me. I have to be very, very careful when somebody say I was tortured, because you are the only messenger from in the room there does not make it true that you were actually tortured. Because obviously, sometimes because in the National Security Agency, NSA, people have the euphoria that NSA will always torture people. So if you come from there, they torture you, you go with that information. We all fall for it. We cost the hell out of the government. At the end of the day, nothing proven. Until this guy can go to the hospital, he can bring me a medical report that he was either internally hurt or physically hurt. It remains a mere allegation, and I will take it with a grain of salt. And that is why we destroy governments, we destroy individuals before we know that they have even committed a crime. Moses Gray here had gone to jail before, and Moses Gray knows what is a torture. He knows what his skin will be looking like. He knows what his body pain will be looking like. He will go to the hospital and get a medical treatment and come back and tell us that he was tortured. This is what the doctor said. You can come from in the room there, you come out here and say I was beaten. The man said he was beaten. That's a physical act. I want to see bruises on his body. I want to see physical injury on his body. I want to see internal injury on his body. In the absence of that, it is a mere allegation, and this is one of these chicanery that people go around and destroy people's name and make double out of people. I don't believe in yet until I see the medical report.
Thank you, Gibson. Let me bring in Dr. Boblet.
Thank you, Standard, and good evening to all my friends, panelists, all those who watch and listen. Thank you for being a part of the conversation discussion. Um, Standard, on this matter, okay, I watched the video and I tried to catch up on as much information on this. Okay. I personally don't feel like I have enough information to answer my own set of questions, um, and I need more information. People's rights must be protected all the time. The human rights, the civil rights must be protected. But public safety must also be prioritized and crimes must be investigated. And now we are told that what happened in the Capitol is a crime. It needs to be investigated. You can do both. You can investigate and you can protect people's rights. I don't believe, just based on the allegations of what the gentleman said, it's enough for me to answer myself. I would like to see more evidence. If you're a toucher, it's wrong. But if you're going to go public on being tortured, then you got to provide all the evidence. If I say somebody touched me physically, then I will show you where I was beating. I would take up my shirt. I would provide the evidence because you want to correct the wrong. If you are tortured in a way that violated your rights, civil or human, it's wrong. But for me, I don't have enough information. And so until we get more information, um, I'll wait to see what he says. I do hope that the government will pursue the investigation of the Capitol because it's a heinous thing, and would like to see what outcome would be. And as many persons who are suspected to be involved should be investigated. And I will encourage the government to go wherever the evidence lead, not just ordinary people, but anybody who were even complicit in a way. They should investigate fully so that we can avoid these kinds of things in the future. That's all I would say for now, Stanton.
Thank you, Dr. Boblet. Isaac, welcome to the show. You got your 2 minutes, Isaac.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be on here. I will be very short, but I want for anyone to kindly help me. The NSA took Tom. Why did it take Tom? Can anybody help me?
I think the more I think you should really ask why did
No, we gotta move on. I beg you.
Let me ask a question too. I want to respond to that question.
No, we'll open this line for
Well,
questions.
if my
More
2
people
minutes
gotta
finish, you
speak.
can cut me off. If my 2 minutes finish, no problem. But I
Yes.
just want in my 2 minutes. I'm okay.
No, I said, please speak. Do your thoughts. Speak, my man. We'll open the line. We'll open a question.
No, I am speaking now in my 2 minutes.
But nobody ever answer you. I said, Dr. Richardson, other people got to talk. We're not trying to.
Sure, I know nobody can answer me because there's only one reason why NSA will take anybody. NSA don't run a church house. They don't run a mosque. They don't feed people in a camp. NSA is not a hospital place. There's only one reason. And Tom's picture before he left, Tom's picture after he left, and you still have people playing politics out of another man's son. He was carried 9 months by another woman, just the same way all of us got our own parents. Someone should think what it means.
That is called sentiments.
What it means.
Yes, I think what's sentimental is you saying
what it means. Let me have my 2 minutes now. Someone should just think. What
you want to go tell the man for the police headquarters and go to do?
I beg you, Gamma, stop interrupting, but please.
Someone should just think what it means to leave your parents' home healthy, sound, energetic, to return to your parents' home broken down and not being the person you left. Someone should think about it. I think it is a disgrace that our country has descended into such. It is a disgrace that in 2025, we are witnessing what we didn't see but we heard about during the wartime. Our country should be peaceful now. My understanding is the war ended decades ago. Why are we condoning such a thing, people? NSA doesn't take anyone to give them injection or to give them medication. So you want for NSA to tell you that the reason why we take someone is to do our job when you know NSA's job? What kind of logic is that? I think the people of Liberia need to wake up. This could be another person very soon tomorrow. It could be anybody. You will want people to talk for you. If people be doubting you that they want to see your eyeball bust or your head crack, that's when you will know what it means. But please, take this little boy as your own son, as your brother, as your nephew, and imagine what it means to go through days without talking to your parents in a place where anyone here can assume what happened there. My people, are we defending everything now? Are we defending everything now? I leave it with your conscience.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. As we got to bring in Akaris Green. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. While we alternate ourselves on and off this network to have everybody input. Dr. Richardson, you listen to the recording. What say you?
So there's a couple of things I want to say. First is that I stand by the rule of law, and whosoever put the Capitol building on fire should face the weight of the law. There's no if, and buts about that when it comes to maintaining the rule of law in our country. The second thing I want to say is, although it's a little bit not directly related to the topic, I had an opportunity to sort of think about how we hold accusers or suspects in our criminal justice system. We have a country that do not have any zip code, mailboxes, any way of tracking people down. So I know we're talking about, this guy was nowhere to be found. He was carrying in a system. He was put in different stations or different police systems yesterday. But today I thought about that. In developed countries, there's ways that you can track criminals. There's all these different agencies like the FBI, and all of these different programs. In our country, I wonder what would happen if a suspect just gets in a car and drive from here to Sierra Leone or to Guinea or anywhere, and so this person could disappear right in the crowd because we don't have an established system. So I know it's a violation of the law if you keep someone for more than 48 hours. We're charging them and their whereabouts is not known. But I also wonder what happens if we let accusers go. Like in the States, you can kind of let this person go home, and that you'll have them when you want them. So those are the things that I wonder about. But I would say here that sodomizing anybody is wrong, torturing anybody is wrong, intimidating anybody is wrong, brutalizing anybody is wrong, especially if you have the evidence that will make you win a case beyond reasonable doubt in court. You don't need to torture anybody. You don't need to brutalize them. It can't be a strategy to force someone to speak or to force someone to provide evidence for you. It cannot be. Yes, we recognize that people are arguing, okay, this is done all over the world, but that may not be because something is done all over the world doesn't make it right, because it chips away at our democracy. Democracy doesn't ask for torturing an accuser. It asks for protecting the rights of an accuser. Because when you do that, you make us trust our justice system even more. You make the justice system a tool, a fair and transparent institution. But when you start torturing somebody, we go to jungle justice because everybody be so afraid of the justice system. And it's so primitive for us to be torturing, brutalizing, sodomizing somebody else, who's in the system. So if you have the evidence against someone, take your time, compile that evidence. No rush, okay? Compile that evidence, put their pieces together, and take the person to court, let them face the rule of the law. Because when you torture someone, you kind of jeopardize winning your case. because it could be thrown in, thrown out because of torturing. So that's what I have to add, Stanton.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. We're going to bring in Honorable Gray. Welcome to the show again, Honorable Gray.
Thank you very much, Stanton. And I'm a little bit emotional because the reason is clear that I'm emotional. I'm disappointed in Gibson tonight, very much, because I know a history from the media and now. I'm a victim of psychological torture and physical torture. December 23rd, Friday, 2011. I know what I went through. I know what I was told. I was placed in police cell at the national headquarters, placed in the bathroom, in the midst of feces and maggot, and butt naked, in the national police headquarters. I was initially charged for treason, and they dropped it later on, and they had more than 10 charges against me. I didn't want to overthrow the government. I'm a victim. I was released on Christmas Day, December 23rd, on Sunday, 2011, because of mass tension. Unprecedentedly, I was taken to court after 6 o'clock on Saturday, unprecedentedly. Only my lawyer and myself were in our court, Serena Cephas. The entire national security apparatus of the country, the defense minister, Samukai, the national security advisor, Boyman Famule, the police director, Chris Masakoi, the rest of the people were at the court that day. They have police land off from Temple of Justice to Central Prison. I know Tom very well. And when I say emotional, because I'm a victim, Tom is not that person. From that struck a point, you should know the history of the person. Tawan Gonglo that I respect a whole lot. Chancellor Tam, he said you were put in the mattress and flock. There was no mark on Tawan Gonglo. But did we believe that he was tortured? Yes. Were we convinced? Did we agitate? Like your stand-up brother Gibson, do you want to deny that? Was there a hospital that declared whether he was tortured? Today, criminal could be Josh order the release of Tom on the basis of those allegations raised by a lawyer. I think Stanton, your guy, it comes. It was dead. It has to do with torture, one of the allegations, so that he can seek medical attention, so that they can bring documents from the hospital. The police insisted no. The special assistant to the justice minister went there and insisted no. They signed for Tom, the lawyer and his family. I think 2 or 3 of them signed for Tom. When Tom came out, there was another raid. You saw Tom, says Jackie, what happened? Okay? You saw Tom, what happened? Okay? When he came out, there was another raid. Tom was on the floor. Tom was under the jurisdiction of the court, and the police kept knocking. That is kidnapping. There was no instruction for the police to take Tom to South Beach. When the judge take a decision and say going to South Beach, they can ask for police escort, but that was not the case. Tom was still under the jurisdiction of criminal code B. And they asked his lawyer to sign for him. And Tom was kidnapped today, pure kidnapping. See the way the police dragging and talking, it could be your son. It could be your brother. There's a kid that I know, a harmless, living human being. Tom can never put fire or set fire on that place. Tom was torture. I know what I'm talking about. Tom was taking all of Morovia and fire Batara to what the NSA call a safe area. They put clock on Tom. Tom was, there are different kinds of torture. Fandana just spoke about the issue of what we call white torture, where they put the lights in your face. He just spoke about white torture. He spoke about psychological torture. There's something they call waterboarding. These are things that this little boy went through today. And we sit on the show and want to
Thank you,
pretend about
Honorable
that.
Gray. Honorable Gray, we're going to do another round. We're going to do another round.
Just 30 seconds, please. Just a conclusion.
Yeah, go ahead now,
Just
quick.
a conclusion, 30 seconds. If the police want to be fair, there are securities employed by the Capitol building who take care of the Capitol building security 24 hours around the clock. None of them being interrogated or investigated. Not even the police officer who slept there on duty. None of them being interrogated or investigated. We are not looking at that. And we're looking for innocent Tom. Is this how we intend to run the country? Unity Party has history of torture. They did that in 12 years. And they are doing that in 6 years. And at the same police officer, Gregor Coleman was
Thank you
working
very
for.
much, Honorable Craig. Let's make progress here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spoon Talk.
Can you give me 10 seconds because two people come and me?
Excuse whether if the court
No, but you
Yeah,
call my
one,
name too.
yeah, one
You call my
second.
name too.
When your
you
time
ready
reach,
to
you will
talk,
clarify. And the
when
call
you
people in
ready
here,
to
they say
talk,
that
you
time
call
will
their
reach.
name too. Guys, we got to go on. We got to move on. Please, if they call your name, when you're ready to call their name too. Then we'll equal. But we got to keep moving as per the discussion. I want to say to everybody, to each his own. We do not come over here asking you to speak in one voice. No. We all say this because hundreds of thousands of Liberians listening to us. All right, Clinton said, Jackie said something. Jackie said she did it. Whether Jackie said they should move one step forward, did you say that, Jackie, or you did it? Just to be on the record.
Stanton, yeah,
Or,
let me
or
clarify.
what you meant. Yeah, I want you to clarify.
Because obviously some people here misunderstood what I said. The law, the security, law enforcement people, they have a Bible, they have a book, they have their rules, their laws, their regulations, they have a legal framework for which they are supposed to operate under that legal framework. Now, I can have a person of interest and talk to them calmly and say, did you do this?
You're
Did
not
you do
answering
that?
the question, Jackie. Ask your
I
simple
am
question.
answering it, so be
No,
quiet,
you're not.
please.
Let's go ahead and give,
I am answering the question.
let's give Jackie the time to
I am
answer.
answering the question.
Jackie, please finish up. Jackie, I beg you, focus on me. I asked you the question, what you meant when you said go one step forward.
And that's what I'm trying to explain. A law enforcement officer can go to somebody, go ask them 1 or 2 questions, they're done. If they feel strongly that, hey, this suspect may have information that we need, they may say, okay, instead of just asking 1 or 2 questions, let's elevate our question, our interrogation. But my point is, it must all be done within the legal framework. The people have step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4.
So if I get you right, Jackie, because I
am okay with it. And that's what I meant. If they have to elevate, because they do have these different elevations within the legal framework and within the human rights laws that exist on our books.
Okay, so you admitted that you said no, guys, we'll come to you. If everybody take this thing quickly, we'll not move. So you just admitted that they can go one step forward. You said it, correct?
Within the legal framework that guides them.
Okay, so I just want to give you the chance to clarify, because
for interrogation under the law may have to go one step further in their questioning to get people to see if at all they will be able to get some evidence. Because
so again, Jackie said under the law. So maybe if we have that wrong, we just have to listen. What we do on the show, we can go back and cut everybody's own statement to remind them. She said under the law. We have to, hundreds of thousands listen to us. She didn't say they must kill him. She said under the law. So now if you have your own spin to add to it, I would just also clarify this. We're going to do another round. We're going to do another round on this conversation. But before we do, you're welcome, Jackie. Before we do that, let me play what happened today. Then we'll start with Uncle Sam. But Uncle Sam, hold on. This is Tom coming from the courtroom.
Excuse me, let me pass.
Okay, we saw him. Everybody will get a chance to speak, please. Let me play the next video because we're running out of time. We saw him leaving the courtroom, but he was limping. He wasn't walking like a normal human being. Some issue with that. You can explain your own. Let me play the next video.
The gentleman here said that he will not leave from under until he be allowed to go for medical treatment. He has said that at the moment he is not well. He's being cleared by criminal court B to go for medical treatment, but the family members are the ones taking him, and folks on the other end are saying he needs to be carried by the court.
Yeah, Bill. Tefa. Mettons le cadre dans la main. Il y a la fougue. I want my medicine. I'm going to sit down here. Let me sit right here. What am I going to sit?
Coming to you live from the justice.
They're not going to do that barking for the bag. No, they're playing out? No. Let you lay down right on the floor. Hey, man,
all right, I will play the last video.
Okay, so this is where we are, folks. School TV. This is the gentleman accused of burning the Capitol building. Spoon TV is now being taken down.
Okay, so Nelson, I don't know what you play in the back. You got to turn it off. If you can take that off, others have to come on the show, Nelson. So take that down, please. I want us to go back to the program. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want us to come back now. You watch all the video. Here we are. Let's hear you, Uncle Sam.
Okay, look, my fellow Liberians, I want to just talk to my water out there, and the other people who may not have the skills to understand the English language like my panelists do. If no one on this panel feels empathy for the transformation of a very healthy young man a few days ago to the state the way it is today, something is mentally wrong with you. Something is mentally wrong with you if you don't have empathy. If you have empathy, you will not try to use your education to muddle the water, to try to make the Liberian people think that what they're seeing with their own eyes is not real. This is propaganda. This is what destroys nations. When people try to make black to be white, whether for political reasons or for pecuniary benefits, to make people to believe what they're seeing with their eye is not something is fundamentally wrong. Let me ask you a question. Who arrested this boy? The court. Whose jurisdiction should he have been under? The court. Where should he have been? Central prison. Where was he for the 4 or 5 days? Was his lawyer present? Somebody said that they should go one step further. Did he agree for them to interrogate him without his lawyer being present? If you want to go one step further, this is not a police state. This is not a barbarous country. He should be represented by the full presence of counsel. Counsel wasn't present. How can you come on the show and see the transformation of a healthy man to a sickly man? And because of politics, you want to protect the Unity Party administration, you want to protect the Walker administration, and you use flowery, sweet words to bamboozle the public? Now, we demand and expect better. Use your education to better the people, not to bamboozle, to spread this kind of propaganda that detracts from you as an educated person. It detracts from you, from your humanity. Your humanity, it takes it away. When you using politics to try to justify something as simple as that. And Gibson, you're my broom brother. I'm terribly disappointed at you. Terribly disappointed at you. I'll leave it like that.
All right, thank you. Dr. Richardson will keep you for last. Let's bring in Paul Kennedy and Mr. Larry King. Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton. When a patient walks through the door into the practice, the first thing we see is your physical appearance. So we ask you, may you please come along with me? While that person is walking along with you, you are looking up and down on how they are walking. We even notice how they are groomed. You're grooming. If it is summertime and you are wearing winter jacket, we note that down. The reason why we do that, we do our physical examination of you to know whether you are in a sound mental status process. And of course, if you are limping, we want to put an unsteady gait. I don't need to be a medical examiner or a pathologist to see somebody walk and say their gait is unstable. And for somebody to tell me that at this point we really don't care, all the oil look in Liberia, that how we look, so we're thinking about the Capitol building that got burned. To hell with the Capitol building that got burned. I will say again, to hell with the Capitol building that got burned. If a human life is involved and that human is claiming that he was tortured, abused, I believe that it should come to the attention of the Justice Ministry to say, listen, my man, since you're claiming that you are abused and you are tortured, I believe that they should carry you to the hospital so that they can do some examination of you, at least for us to have a record to counter-prove your claims. But if you do not do that and just say, oh, the man trying to fake, what I saw laying down under that car, in fact, he was exposing himself to another danger. If that car was on, that gentleman would be inhaling carbon monoxide and he could get asphyxiated. He could die in the process. Liberian people, we really need to have some human sentiment in us. After the war, Liberia had just gone down the drain. People are taking rock and chunking people for stealing motorcycles to death. What kind of country have we become? So you accuse that this gentleman was allegedly involved in the burning down of a building. You as a law should be able to prove that without any form of torture, not a psychological torture, not a physical torture. And for somebody to say, well, when they interrogate you and try to get information from you and you're not giving the information, they can go one step further under the law. What is that quantifiable one step further? Is what this gentleman lawyer should be asking. Because I don't believe anyone who has a child will want to see their child in that state of mind they were in, this laying down under the car. Liberia, where are we going? Put the right system in place to do the appropriate form of interrogation. I don't defend criminals. If that gentleman is guilty for burning the Capitol building, he should be prosecuted according to the laws of our country. But until you prove that under the law, you can't already start prosecuting him. This man, right now, he's fainting, he's laying there and they're trying to set him up. Are there any medical practitioners to even know whether they should set him up or lie him down? Or everybody just moving him around? Suppose he falls off in your hands. Suppose he falls off. So let's take the politics out of this. I think there are processes in Liberia, and I think that there are laws there that should be followed. We can definitely follow the laws to extract any information that we are trying to get out of criminals and all of their accomplices. If this gentleman is a part of the process, he should be interrogated. And if he's found guilty, he should go to prison and serve the full weight of the law. But in the process of doing that, you also have to respect his human right and dignity. If you don't do that, then we are not a civilized country. That is what I'm saying. And I don't know the Tom guy. I don't care, why he did, why he didn't do. Because what I know is if he's wrong and guilty under the laws, there are laws that are supposed to apprehend him. But give him his time of law in court and do that with some dignity. We are a country of and black people. We should not be living like we are hooligans. Liberian people are stoning people who want to steal motorcycle. Stone the people to death. Why is this? We're still stoning people to death in 2024 and 2025. Look, it's really pathetic. I need to take a chill pill and drink water because what I'm saying is not, something I want to be continuing to talk about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think is the action by the NSA to have apprehended this individual in the first place and kept him for unspecified period of time. I understand they are doing their work, but I think this is a job that even professionals at the Liberian National Police will perform, excellently and come up with the findings. But I don't know, any of you notice what transpired today when this brother was kept to an unknown destination and there was public outcry. His lawyer filed in a writ of habeas corpus demanding the national security to produce the living body of our brother. We saw him walking very pale. I don't know, you took notice, he's wearing a sweater. And guess what happened today? I think the temperature was almost 89 degrees Fahrenheit. Very hot. I was at the Capitol building. A normal person would not be wearing sweater today. And guess what? He was not even sweating.
That's not true.
So something fundamental might have happened. I saw the man, he was lying out under the car. I saw sweater on him. They were trying to even take the sweater on. You can ask Kenton to play the video again. But look, even in the United States where you said there's no medical diagnosis. When you say I'm sick, they give you all the treatment. You say I'm not feeling well. Nobody will doubt you. In America, you also people there for pain and suffering. Who determine pain? This is how most of you eat a lot of money. Under the canopy, I think my lawyer Clinton knows about that pain and suffering. No doctor will tell you, say you are okay. We give you medicine so you are okay. As long you control your body, you know what kind of pain you feel. So if you say I'm not okay, that's it. But look, I think there was an abuse of power today. The civil law court received a writ of habeas corpus demanding the national security to release this man. The civil law court released the man. The police turned the man over to civil law court. Civil law court released this individual on condition that he has to seek medical attention, which is legal under our law. Why at the same venue, criminal court came with another rate? I think this is wrong. In my case, when I say I was sick, I was psychologically and physically tortured. When I was released, the only reason the court said when I was arrested at the Rabat International Airport going to Ghana and they brought me back, they said it has to go through process. And we agree. But once the court releases the suspect on condition that he has to go seek medical attention, on criminal code, he should not have rushed with another rate to be issued on this individual. Being a prisoner is not a crime. It's only the court that determines whether you are guilty or not. It is still an accusation. And prisoners are under protection of the law. If somebody is sick, carry them to medical, facility. So I would have even expected that the government, instead of issuing another rate, to have taken this man to the nearby hospital, having diagnosed, gave him medical treatment. When he's well, he goes back to prison. But to grab the man under such a condition, let me say this to my senior brother, Samuel Kofi. You being a human rights lawyer in this country, you stood in defense of the fundamental principles of human dignity. A former student leader at the University of Liberia, specifically SUP, that championed the cause of the masses struggle, that spoke against bad governance, abuse of human rights and human dignity. You serve as student leader. You serve under the Ellen Johnson-led government. You criticize some of these brutalities and abuse of human rights. Today, you now sit in the office of the president as national security advisor. Every security issue in this country, you relate to the president. You tell the president what to do, not what to do. Today, under your watch, Big Brother Samuel Kofi Wu, this is going to haunt you. What we saw today at the court, when the civil law court released this man on compassionate ground to go seek medical treatment because he appeared to be sick, criminal court came with another raid. That was not a violation of human dignity. You have in the arrest agenda rule of law, but today you have used that right.
Thank you, guys. I think it's Jackie time to speak. Jackie, let's wrap up on this issue. Clinton will come in, Gibson, Dr. Bobler, Akari's Grave will bring back acid or dead after. Jackie.
I see a lot of people telling CEO to cut me or time. As soon as I see like that, I know they can be reading the comments and say, oh, Patrick time is off. Larry King enjoy himself for almost 5 minutes here.
And we got Larry King.
Jackie, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Stanton, once again, I will keep on saying this. I hope that nobody will play politics with what is going on. Yes, everybody may belong to one party or the other party, but we should take politics out of this. When it comes to the video and everything that we saw today, it is true on our law, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. For the sake of this young man, I hope he's innocent. And I hope if at all is proven that he had anything to do with it, that nobody, adult who should have known better, put him up to something like this, because we need to learn to take care of our youth. Now, there is a video out there, an audio. We saw video, we saw audio. His lawyer, whosoever seeking his care, he is at a medical facility now. Hopefully, they can get a medical report that will reveal what is really going on with him. We saw him on the ground as well. Hopefully, the medical report will show his medical status, because none of us on this show is a medical doctor. So none of us should even be talking about the man's condition, his health condition, whatever. But I hope there will be a medical report that will show what's going on with him, because he's now in the hospital, and we hope that he will recover and that he will be okay. At the same time, on the other end, the law enforcement, our joint security, has to do their job within, I'm going to say again, the confinement of the law, because the law is the law, respecting human rights and everything that is being said by anybody needs to be verified and validated as well. And I hope everything, and want to trust our joint security, that everything that's being done will be done within confinement of our law, because one, our law says everybody is innocent until proven guilty.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. Governor Clinton, please.
You know, torture can be psychological. As everybody, you know, Mandela, Paul said, it can be physical. It can be a lot of different things. Let me tell you what we know for a fact. Jackie keeps talking about the security sector should operate within the confines of the law. They haven't operated within the confines of the law. That's a fact. The Constitution, the Constitution is the highest body of law that you have. Every policy, every statute has to comply with that. If it's in contravention of the Constitution, then it's invalid. We know that this man was held more than 48 hours. We know he didn't have access to lawyers. The Constitution says you don't have to say nothing. You have the right to remain silent. If someone accuses you of a crime, look, you don't have to say fine. You can just sit there and close your mouth, and nobody can force you to say anything. So to force somebody to say anything is a violation of the Constitution. Matter of fact, the Constitution says you have the right not to be interrogated at all without a lawyer presence. We know that this didn't happen, right? So there's all the violations of law, but Jackie is still saying that the security sector, she's still talking about operating within the confines. Look, Jason, let me tell you why I have to believe whatever this man tells me. While you are looking for evidence, let me tell you why I have to be. This is like situation where we go after women when they say they are raped. We say, you know, because other people, you know, can lie about raping, so we don't have to believe these women right now. Other people lie before about torture. But look, historically, we have a witness, 2 witnesses on the show. Historically, the Liberian security forces have been notorious for torturing people. That's a basis to believe this young man. Historically, Liberian security forces are notorious for torturing people. We also know that they violated all the laws on the book right now. When they hear this man unlawfully, they hear him outside of the 48 hours required by the law. He did not have access to lawyers. They interrogated him. They didn't bring him to the court until papers were filed out of court. We know about all these violations. We saw his physical conditions. Why we have not assessed him medically, why he's not been seen by doctors to provide report, but just by looking at his physical conditions, by all these different factors I just listed, the violations of the law, right? All these things we just said, why wouldn't we believe this young man? Look, every interrogation of a suspect should be recorded. If the police, the NSA are claiming that this man, whatever this man is saying, and the surrogates here are saying that he wasn't tortured, let them provide tips of the interrogation to prove that this young man was never tortured.
Thank you very much, Governor Clinton. And let me bring in Gibson Giroux. Gibson.
Thank you very much, Stanton. First of all, nobody can make me to speak like them. In my 37 years of being a journalist, I have seen too many lies and mix up than any of you have seen, because you are not going to places I've gone. I've interviewed people who lie, and on the spot, they change their lie immediately. None of you here have served in that capacity I have served. But let me just say this. You can condemn me all you want. I'm not here to speak like Samuel Jackson. I'm not here to speak like anybody. I speak what I believe I should speak. Even if I'm wrong, I'm entitled to my view. Moses Grace said he was tortured psychologically. He was put in the toilet. He was butt naked. That's true. I don't expect Moses to bring physical bruise because he was sat in the toilet. If a man say I was beaten, that's an extraordinary torture. He said I was beaten. There must be physical evidence of beating. He didn't say I was beaten under the mattress. He didn't say they put mattress around me and they beat me. And Moses Akaros Gray, I'm not a lawyer, but I will tell you what, State Clinton left, he doesn't want to hear, he will come back and confirm. In the Liberian
we have to take Clinton to bring Isaac in. He didn't leave on his own.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they are brothers. In the Liberian jurisprudence, any lawyer can challenge that, can disprove that. If if the law enforcement responds to a habeas corpus, when you are in a courtroom, you are under the jurisdiction of the court. When you get outside the courtroom, the law enforcement can arrest you again. It is legal. They can just go get a writ, rearrest you. It's legal. So because they went and got a writ from code E or code whatever and rearresting does not make them wrong. Your ignorance of the legal process does not make the law enforcement wrong because they did it. Nobody is arguing here whether this man is not torture or is torture, but the man said, I was beaten several times.
But the court released the man to go see medical treatment.
Please, when you're talking, I'm not talking, please. I'm talking to you. Because your sentimental, emotional outburst has no impact on this.
It's not.
My man, I'm talking to you, man. I'm talking to you.
But Gibson, here's the
thing I want to tell you people. We will come back to the same thing I just said. He will go to the hospital. The doctor was checking. The doctor will express their doctor opinion, and they will say what happened to him. At this point, it is attainable under the law. In fact, let me just tell you something. He who accuses has the burden of proof. This man is accusing the law enforcement of beating him. He has the burden of proof. Not the other way around. The NSA or the police do not have the burden of proof that we didn't beat him. He who alleges has the burden of proof. Why you going to turn him around?
Gibson, thank you. Let me ask you a quick
question. I talk for 2 minutes here. I just talk for 1 minute.
Gibson, whenever you come on the show, you know we can give you less minute. But let me go ahead and ask you a question, Gibson, then we'll go to Dr. Boblet. Gibson, on a serious note, when he, this man, you know what, let me, as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and bring in Dr. Boblet. When it's my turn, I will ask Gibson.
I thought that the Boblet will let me come in, man. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Stanton. All right, so a couple of things quickly, and then I'll make my brief observation. The first is this whole thing about wearing your jacket when hot. The people that wear jacket when hot every day, I see it. People wear jacket 89 degree, 90 degree. That is no sign of any abnormality. People wearing a jacket in the heat. The second thing is, you have a right to remain silent. True. You also have a right to waive your right. So if they read you your right and they say, you have a right to remain silent, but do you want to speak? Fine. You have a right to attorney, but do you want to proceed? Yes. So I don't have all that facts, and I don't think any of us do. So I don't think we should read too much into it. I think in the days coming, we'll get all the facts, and then we'll be in a better position, a firm position. So here's what I want to do, Stanley. I just want to respond to the video I saw. The first clip, the young man's coming out of court. He's limping. Could it be from torture? Yes. Might it be not related to torture? Yes. I never saw him when he was taken into custody, so I can't say. The second video, unless there was a different clip to it, when I saw it, he's already on the ground. Okay, so I don't know if he just fell or whatever, but he's already on the ground. What concerns me, though, is the way they handle him. So I don't know if our law enforcement have any kind of training in a first aid, medical thing. Because if he fell, if he fell on the concrete, then his body is immediately traumatized. So then you have to lift him a certain way, okay, before you move it into the pickup. But I guess that to put him in the pickup, I heard somebody say, take him to the hospital. That would be the reasonable thing to do. Because here, calling an ambulance and waiting is not as easy as on the other side where most of you are. So they may have taken the hospital, which is a very good thing. The final thing I would say is that when he comes from the hospital or when the reports are available, we all will know more, okay? There'll be medical reports, there will be his assertion, there will be explanation from his lawyers, and we all will be in a better position. I will close by saying what I said at the beginning. Everybody have a right to be protected, the civil right, the human rights. But law enforcement also have a responsibility to investigate crime, and we can do both and accomplish both. So I am very hopeful that in this season, with this case, we'll do both. We'll investigate and we'll protect people's rights, especially the rights of the suspects.
Dr. Boplet, thank you very much. I'll bring in Isaac do till we can see that Honorable Gray return. Isaac, what's your own argument here?
Uncle Sam, you said people are using propaganda for this situation. Uncle Sam, you are wrong. Beyond propaganda, this is lack of any decency for human dignity. This man was coming out of one court, another court in the same justice system was arresting him. All of this is happening under one person, President Baka. Allegedly, though, they say he had 40 years of government experience. Some of us may be the smartest on this platform by age. Many of you lived for many years. I don't believe you can recall the time where you actually use your eyes to see what you are seeing today in Liberia. I don't really think any of you can recall the last time you actually lived to see what you are seeing today. We saw videos with our eyes. Someone said we should not talk about the video we saw because we are not doctors. We are not doctors. And that same person asked the police, NSA, to go one step further from what they've done. Later on, they try to clean it up. Of course, we can hear. I will only say this. The young man we saw in the videos is a brother to someone. He's a child to someone. He's a husband or boyfriend to someone. He could be any one of us, relative. This is the Liberia we are in today. The man was picked up after he came from work. Who goes to work when they are sick? This is a lack of any decency for anyone seeing what this government under someone who people said had 40 years of experience is going through. And yet and still, people still finding certain things to talk. That's what I asked the last time. Are we sure the person who had the name Wakai was in government was not the twin brother to President Wakai? I don't believe President Wakai is the same one who had 40 years of experience and we are seeing the country today. My people, isn't it sad to see another human being like that? Isn't it sad? What will NSA come to do with anybody? Why did NSA take the young man for 4 days? I mean, I wish someone can give me a little understanding on why. Was it that they wanted to give him milk to drink? They had certain bed he needed to sleep on? This is
thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to take this time to bring in Honorable Akaris Mostly Gray. Honorable Gray, talk to us, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I said, I will always be emotional on the subject matter as a victim. Not only that, but when I listen to Gibson again, I smile because Gibson and I have a history of commonality on the front line. I remember those days. Tom was under the jurisdiction of the court Gibson, and the court asked, releasing to his lawyer and his family to go and do the treatment. The police had no authority to kidnap Tom. Even if there's a rape, you saw the sheriff arguing among themselves. I want to stand on to show you that. Probably you have not seen the entire video. In fact, the police picking up from the ground and they paraded him in the courtyard nothing less than almost a minute, putting in the police pickup in the bike, talking to the police station, and later on talking from the back of the police pickup and put him in one of the seats in the car before taking him to the hospital. I think Dr. Bobler didn't see the entire tape. And he struck a very important point about somebody falling to the ground. He struck that point. That the police, that the man accused him, and the NSA or torture him, that they the one would take him to hospital and bring report that he tortured. Or we need an independent medical source. When you trust the police report, the police and the accused, Tom said something that you guys are still not picking up, and Gibson, you should be picking it up. I'm on you tonight, Gibson, because we have a history on the front line together.
I said they should go to hospital.
Tom raised the issue. Yeah, Gibson. Tom raised an issue. Tom said he had 2+ malaria. Listen to the tape. The recording that was played. He said when you were in the NSA custody, he got sick. And they brought a nurse, I think a doctor or a nurse, and they tested he had 2+ malaria. He said that while with the NSA, while you were being tortured. Tom also flagged the issue when he broke down in tears. And the guy was talking to him, he said, take the courage and talk. He said, I'm afraid to talk this one. He said, butt naked. The guy asked him that, look, when you talk and whatsoever you do, we'll put you on NSA payroll to serve as a step witness. The notorious butt naked is being paid nothing less than 30,000 US. Stefan Norman is being paid nothing less than 2,500 US. Are these not concerned by the NSA? Are these not concerns that people should be raising when these notorious criminals are in the NSA and you talk about torture? Gibson, you know this country, you know the history of this country. We shouldn't sugarcoat things here. In conclusion, I believe every word from Tom Moff, and I can defend to intellectual death because I do know the character. Mark Ambler, for example, who is the deputy NSA director, he had to resign because he lied on November 7 people shot from the CDC headquarters. When the unmailed and the independent investigation, that the investigation was false. Mark Ambler, our police director, had to resign. The huge police officer that you saw today from the court, the guy who was passing the instruction, carried the man to the car. I'm not talking about in the police yard. That man was accused of armed robbery. And the cell phone for the guy was found in his vehicle. Do you know that? Do you rather know the character of people? What I've seen, the police are never changed since President Salif time. The same police there, that the same people they appointed. Okay? The NSA.
Thank you, Honorable Gray.
They are still there. So there's
Honorable,
not a strange thing.
Gray, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let me say this. Let me say my 1 or 2 cents. Dr. Richardson, have you spoken for the second round?
No.
Okay, let's hear you, Dr. Richardson, then we'll try to close this and go to other subject, and this will be to be continued. Dr. Richardson.
So when the poor come money, I can get 30 seconds.
There were a few of you who cataloged what the suspect looked like when he came to court. You talked about how he walked slow and that he was limping. I did see that as well. However, I just want to add briefly before Stanton comes in is to say that psychological trauma do not leave marks on your skin. Okay, you won't find that. However, it leaves long-term emotional scars. And sometimes those emotional scars are much more than physical scars. They can be much more damaging than physical scars. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. I will say this, and I will be bringing 40, the representative from Bond County on. Now, let me say this real quick. 1, well, he arrested Tom, yes. Who arrested Tom? The Labrador National Police. Who took Tom from the Labrador National Police headquarters? The NSA folks. Now, anybody can disagree with us that NSA never carried Tom? Let's just be practical and simple. NSA took Tom. Why they took him? To babysit him, gave him milk and cornbread, and take him to court the next day? Is that the reason why they took him? Now, what they did to Tom Tom have explained his own story. Let the NSA come and deny it. Who am I to say Tom lied? I guess we can sit here all day and all year and say Tom lied. Tom have explained his story. NSA Prince Johnson, NSA Deputy Patrick Doe, they all need to come and explain whether this young man lied or he's lying. The image of our country, that's why it pains me. I get so angry when I see people that are rejoicing because this government is failing, and they turn to be the government defender, like my brother Gibson Gerald. I love you, my brother. But Gibson have no love for the government. Gibson wish this government to fail. So when he can't even speak, then everybody say, hey, Gibson said the truth. Gibson is a white betrayer in the black dark horse.
So see, that's not
true. That's not true.
Everybody, you're free to do your own talking, cannot talk. I get one more second to go. You feel your own, let me talk. Hey, the man accused me, I accuse him. That's why you say you told your own, I told my own. Let me talk. Let me say this. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall set thee free. When you see your enemy, you know your enemy, your political enemy. There are many on the show. They will pretend that they love Joseph Yima Bwaka, but they know they do not. They pray night and day that Joseph Yima Bwaka failed. They pray night and day that this government be put on the war map for human rights abuse and torture and Guantanamo Bay waterboarding exercise. Tom have explained his own. The government need to come and clarify. You know what is up there? I will say something to you today. Washington have received the information. I was surprised to see the ambassador of the U.S. government shaking hands at the Capitol building, meeting Richard Cohn. He received the information this morning. Do you think they're just sitting? No. I'm limited to what I can say on this show. It's troubling. Joseph Yima Bwaka, president of the Republic of Liberia, is troubling. It's just not adding up. For 12 years as vice president, 12 years, the president said, I won't talk, but Madam Selina gave me a chance to talk. I won't move, but Madam Selina, they didn't give me a chance to move. I will park like an old 2015 Subaru in the garage. But my Liberian people, you give me a chance and you will see the real Joseph Yima Bwaka. The people say, okay, we'll give you a chance. Tewon Gongo clean. We say Tewon Gongo, no, we won't want you. Get him bad. We say we want you. We'll get Joseph Yima Bwaka a chance. He got 45, 50 years of experience. He got the wisdom and the knowledge. He need no advisor. He will operate this thing. The tree will be super flying. Alexander Kwame King, he made up there. We say from 7%, we'll give you 1% because we don't need you. Joel Bear with all his $50 million and everything. We say, Joel, we want you. We give this country. We will trust Joseph Yima Bwaka with this country. The man have experience. Agriculture ministry, LPMC, this ministry, that ministry. Went as far as vice president for 12 years. President of the Liberian Senate. That Joseph Yima Bwaka today sit down and people torturing Liberia. That Joseph Yima Bwaka today sit down and the Capitol building burned down since 1959. That Joseph Yima Bwaka business sit down and in the custody of police, the young man hanged himself and nothing happened. That Joseph Yima Bwaka business sit down today, and we talk about in the office of the First Lady, they got scam on scholarship. That Joseph Yima Bwaka sit down today, that they took him to tell the Liberian people that they got $25 million scholarship called Necotech. and the foreign minister came and championed it, and the president embraced it, and it was scam. That Joseph Imabwaga we see today. That Joseph Imabwaga today have accepted the advice from his people to fly on private jet that caused Delon today to say, John, I apologize to you. That is Joseph Imabwaga today we see here. That Delon said he apologized to John That is Joseph Bwaga we see that he will go to B Mountain. Those people taking over $30 million worth of resources. And Joseph Bwaga agreed to get on the jet to go to Lofa County. That Joseph Imabwaga we see today. Wake up, my fellow Liberian. Joel did it, it was wrong. Joseph Bwaga doing it is even worse. Unity Party people failed for 12 years and they gave them another chance. Joel failed for 6 years. This time around, there should be no chance given to either party. But you know what? Time is still on Joseph Bwaga's side. His directors, managing directors, they're all refusing to contribute to the government coffer. They're making 25 million some more. They say they wouldn't put a dime in the government coffer. What are they doing with the money? What are they doing with the money? Finance Minister Bill McGee-Jones, Paul Lamine, giving contract and lying on people from the embassy and say they forged the document. Imagine honor a Joseph Imabwaga government. When I speak to my Uncle Joe, I see the shining light on the hill that Liberia will be redeemed whenever I speak to Uncle Joe. What's going on with Uncle Joe? What's going on with the First Lady? What's going on? Is this the Joseph Imabwaga we champion? Is this the Joseph Imabwaga we sold to the Liberian people? Is this the Joseph Imabwaga that will be no nonsense Joseph Imabwaga? May God save our state. Something seriously is happening. You see, when Unity People Party come up and talk, they go in the corner and they cry every night. They cry. They are not happy. They are crying. They are sharing tears because failure came so soon. They are weeping because the misery of corruption came so soon. You cannot find Jeremy Pierre to say Fuen. You cannot find Daniel Sano. They're all hiding, watching Arsenal game. They cannot speak no more because there's nothing to speak about. You cannot find them, my people. Wake them up. Call them. Call them. Wake them up. It's time for real talk. They can go on Orchid FM. They can go on Prime FM. They can go anywhere or choose to come a spoon. Call them. The failure came too soon. The failure in government that anybody can do anything they want to do. I know Samuel Kofi Woods. When I was a little boy, Samuel Kofi Woods used to sleep in our house. Samuel Kofi Woods' first son, with my sister friend, right in our house. We got a relationship. On Hemorrhoid Akam, what's going on now? Can he speak on it? Joseph Imabwaga has made history. And what are the history? One of the government and the leadership of President Bwaga, the Capitol building was burned down. What are the history? Should we go on? But may God save our state as we get to the closing of this program. We'll bring it Honorable Fode Fambulet, and after Fode speak, we will open the line. You can say anything you want to say for 3 minutes, then we'll try to wrap this thing up. But the failure came too early, and it was unexpected because I think we're prepared to remove Jowea, but we wasn't ready for governance, and that's our problem. Fode Fambulet, welcome to the show.
Yes. CEO, quickly, man, I have a meeting coming on. Can I make my parting comment or
after Fode, please?
So, CEO, the last time I was on the show, thank you again for the show, and I've been listening to some of the panelists. The last time on the show, you made mention of a very serious issue that has to do with the Ministry of Finance. I tried to do my own research and try to find out some of the informations. What I have learned is that the Minister of Finance has set up an investigative body led by the Internal Audit Division to be able to come up with an opinion or an investigative report, and that issue is on course. We look forward to the report coming out of the Ministry of Finance to address the issues of the contract in question that you talk about. The next issue I would like to talk on tonight is that I believe we are forgetting something. We are in a region where, in some of the countries in our region, they are homegrown terrorists. The action at the legislature was very grave, and you could link that to any individual who will be very, very brave to bring such a historic building as a terrorist. I think I would like to draw all of us attention to what happened in the world after the 9/11. After the 9/11 terrorist attack in America, the manner and form in which the legal framework in America was set up, the president of the United States wanted to send a signal to terrorists that America would not be a safe haven for them. As such, the essence of the Guantanamo Bay was set up. And what were some of the reasons why? The reasons of setting up some of the interrogations was to ensure that those who could even think in the future, for any living human being to decide to go burn down the Capitol building of the Republic of Liberia, that person can do anything. And when that center was set up, there were people who were arrested, interrogated at that center. One of the person, the head of the Taliban, was at that center. The scene where you see opposition people sit on the radio, yeah, they think you're doing it wrong, it's this, it's that. They pressured the American government. After a few months or years, that young man was free, and within a year or two, that man was seen leading one of the biggest terrorist organizations in the world.
For stop the thing you're talking, man. This was enemy combatant.
Old man Jackson, you need to be very civil. Old man Jackson, you need to be civil. Old man Jackson, you need to be very civil.
For the winner,
so let me learn.
I know it better than you, so I don't want to know everything in it.
So yeah, you went to school for me, Clinton. You went to school for me. Can't talk crap. You went to school for me. You not cut me off. I will still learn. I will still learn. I will still learn. So one of the biggest message is you say allow me to learn.
You're not talking for 8 minutes. You say anything.
Yeah, talking for you. That your crop are using the top from.
No, but what you really saying for this?
Stand down. These guys are not the radio process. I will try to learn and they will listen to me. One of the things that was sent out was a clear political message. You're listening now. You're to your own program. Listen. Let me learn. You say one representative, you take it by you because they respectful, Clinton. I will help you to improve what you want to do. So let me lay on this, Clinton. One of the things I've observed is that when there is a sign of terrorism, the first thing every government need to do is to establish a clear political message as to how those people who will even think in the future to carry on such act will be dealt with. The issue at the Capitol building, for me, I see it in the context of being a terroristic act. And as such, this government need to send a clear message for those who will be in the future. I'm not come here to come politicize issue because I come from the party. I should bring this issue. we need to
Look at this
understand that
lawbreaker talking here tonight. Yeah.
yeah, when you are taking up Tyler, you are not lawbreaker. You are not lawbreaker, so you need to listen. Yes, stand down. Let me learn. The guys do not want for me to learn because they are where I'm providing evidence and facts.
That's what it's feeling, man. Guys, just need to stop.
So one of the clear things every government will need to establish, and I think the America that say, oh, Americans are listening, the Americans are listening because the Americans want to see the stand the Liberian government will take. Will they send out a clear political message that those who will be future terrorists will be dealt with? An individual come and burn down the Capitol building, you come and you measure it with political interest. It's unfortunate. So let me just end on this note. The essence of all of these interrogations, what I look forward to is as to whether or not there are evidence coming out that will link the defendant to any crime in the future. We don't want to see the evidence. They have been pointing down.
Thank you very much. Let's go into the conversation. I think a lot of people on the show got questions for you. I hope you can exercise.
No, but see, let me just do my thing.
Wait, Patrick, wait, I'm begging you, my man. Everybody will speak. Guys, it will only be fair that we all listen and respect each other view. All right. Fadela Patrick, make your point because you are leaving. Fode, at the end of your conversation, you say you're waiting for proof as to what made the man a terrorist, but then you're condemning him. So we'll have the time to go into that. Which one?
I'm establishing the condition of why security should be given that leeway to investigate.
Fode, no, we have you now. You will not run. Mandela Patrick, make your point, please.
So, see, it was a good show. I'm wrapping up to go. Like I said, this is 2025. Liberia still has prospects of making this country better, especially our leaders. In as much as we criticize, it is imperative to be reminded that no one will build this country except us. Those who elected and those who will be electing, including those of us who are here, who knows, maybe in the next few months or maybe years, people will be into power. It happened before. But I think things are now right. The issue of torture should not resurface under this regime. It sends a bad signal to investors. It makes the country to look bad. It threatens national stability, and people will just be suspicious of one another. What I saw during the election, if care was not taken, hell will have broken loose. But like I always say, in as much as we disagree with President Weah, and he was made one-term president, he did something that was unprecedented to accept the result in line with the democratic will of the Liberian people. He had a choice, like in other African countries, to say, I don't accept, we'll go to war. Let's maintain the peace. Everything was not well. They were corrupt to the core. People died. We should not repeat the same mistakes of the past. That means you did not come to rescue.
The internet rescued him.
They harmonize the data.
Well, let me close. If the brother is coming, I guess we're closing. So since we're waiting for him, thank you for saying the harmonizes data. You are a rescue man for truth. Thank you. So my people, let's do this closing on my part. You know, Famula, thank you for coming on. We were here debating ourselves without a real understanding of plans within the government. Yeah. You came on and provided us a vivid picture of the government's intent. You said that when you are against the government, you are an enemy and you are subject to torture. That's what you told us. Thank you, brother.
Clear misinformation.
Let me end, please. You are a rescue insider. We are on the show, all of us, condemning torturing of a Liberian citizen. You came and started comparing the ball to 9/11 terrorist attack in which thousands of people died. That alone would be an insult to Americans who grieved their loved ones. But you told us that in Liberia, once you are against this government, you are subject to torture. And that's how we pick it up. Because the government needs to send a signal to people who will want to do the same thing you do. Don't disagree on the government. They will torture you so that those who may want to torture the government in the future can be aware that there's a government of no nonsense. Thank you, family. As we speak, you are right outside of your hotel room, where the average expenditure you've made now is around $18,900 for the time you stay there. You are telling Liberians that don't disagree with the government. The people were on the streets talking about how the country is hard, but you are telling us, please, you get behind the government or you will be sent to the NSA facility, because anything you do, the government will set example on you so that nobody else can come and be and do the same thing. That's why my brother Kev said yesterday, and I agree with him, that it does seem that the Constitution is suspended and this government, the president, is ruling by decree.
Thank you, Alcid.
We are in the dark days.
Alcid, thank you very much.
Yeah, we're closing.
Thank you very much. Jackie, you want to come in? Let's get your closing on this, Jackie.
Stanton, once again, I am urging all of us, regardless of what side of the political spectrum we're on, to not play politics with such a serious matter that took place at the Capitol building. I hope that the joint security will come to a closure on this sooner rather than later. I hope they will have another press conference sooner rather than later. They did have one about a week ago to update the public. And we all understand that there are some things that are sensitive and that at this time they may not be able to reveal to the public. So that leaves sometimes the public and talk show hosts drawing their own conclusion, when sometimes in some cases the reality of what's really happening cannot be revealed because we have sensitive issues at hand. We want to wish the gentleman who's in the hospital right now all the best. I hope he recovers quickly, sooner rather than later, because right now we know that he's in the hospital. And I really hope that if there's something that if he's involved, whatever, that whosoever may have put him up to it, I mean, that person needs to be held more responsible than anything else, because what happened at the Capitol is very serious. Again, like I said earlier, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. And I'm sure the joint security knows their rights, know what they're supposed to do. They understand the rights of those who are held under their custody. And I trust and hope that they will continue to act under the law. But at the same time, what happened at the Capitol is grave. Everybody needs to be protected, whether they are suspect or not. But we need to, I hope that sooner rather than later that this matter is resolved so that the public can understand what's really at stake here. And that's my closing on this matter. Let's take politics out.
Jackie, thank you very much. We're going to bring in our brother Governor Clinton.
Why you can't allow that American people to close first?
Look, Foley came here with his Guantanamo Bay thing, and it's just upsetting because
it made John over me, so you can give me 30 seconds. That's why you John over me for.
Because Guantanamo, I don't know if you understand what happened at Guantanamo, and I don't understand. If you understand this thing that this has left on America, the issue of Guantanamo. Many presidents from Obama to Biden still under pressure about Guantanamo, Yeah, I don't even know where he if you understand where they took those people from, what they were doing, he wants to compare that with the Capitol building. These were enemy combatants, and even the term enemy combatant has been debated. American definition versus international treaties and all those kind of different, complicated international law issues that I'm not sure fully is prepared to go into. But that's what happened. When you have the $20,000 China Union money and you're micromanaging that and you're buying all this. I saw Foley post today, Foley just bought about 30 motor box and he put it on and other RA agents.
I made 5,300 US.
So
I made money that I get
1,100 for one.
yeah, so for the 30
I'll
motor
say you gotta
box.
stop, man. It's not unique. Let the man close. We gotta go.
I will help you people. You don't want to spot the show.
So I understand Foley. Look, Arthur Doug was right. Obviously Foley has to say that. It says exactly where this government is thinking. It says that these people who put this entire thing in motion, as a matter of fact, what they are thinking, what they want to go with this entire thing. Look, the laws are the laws. Foley, you can't arrest anybody on a Liberian law. As a legislature, you have to amend the Constitution, as a matter of fact, because your legislature, you don't have the power to pass any law that hold anybody, like you're saying, the security searchers, you have leeway to hold people unconditionally. You can't do that. You're going to have to amend the Constitution to do that. So the security sector, we know for a fact, they broke all the laws. They held this 40. Let me see. Talking about 40. They had Tom without his lawyer. They had him for more than 48 hours. He's a legend torture. Look, Gibson, you and I both were not in NSA custody. The only person who was in NSA custody is Tom, and he's the one who's saying he's been tortured. We have nothing to go by but just what Tom is telling us. Well, there will come a time where this will have to be proved. Maybe the police will be sued, NSA will be sued, and we have to prove that. By that time, we'll be talking about whether there is enough evidence. For now, we want to make the loudest noise that he's alleging this, and we want to bring it to the attention of not just the Liberian authorities who are in cahoots with it, but we want to bring this to the attention.
Thank you, Clinton.
No, one more second. International.
We gotta go, Clinton.
Yeah,
Thank you. We'll come back to you.
One more second.
We'll come back to you, man. You guys go play around plenty, then you won't waste our time. Let me bring in Gibson.
On the kind make reckless accusation with
for it, sometimes you gotta just hold yourself as a lawmaker.
I mean, you're not a lawmaker. You do challenge.
Yeah.
First of all, let's do one thing here. Even though
I try to tip you up and I achieve that.
No. Actually, let get one thing straight. Human life is not equivalent to property. So even if a property is burned and the human life is in jeopardy, human life take preeminence. That is true. However, tonight I will say this much. When I used to defend Jefferson Koji, the people said I was crazy because people lie on Jefferson Koji all the way. Today, Jefferson Koji he looks like a demon in Liberia. I went against my own friend and my own old lawyer, Jerome Verdier. And I told him on my own show, and I told him what you're doing to Jefferson is not fair. And he has no practical evidence to accuse Jefferson of all the things he accused Jefferson. When I spoke those days, people thought I was crazy. But I know when people are lying on people. Well, because I am saying today that it is easy for someone to go into NSA prison, come back, and tell all the stories you want to tell just to make people to believe you. Even if they didn't torture you, you can come and say they torture me. I want to analyze that video a little bit. And those of you who fell for it emotionally, I am not. I'm a journalist. Journalists don't have emotion. If I would not cry when people die on a bullet.
Can I ask you a question?
No, let me say the
you speaking. Let me ask you a question.
Lose the trend of thought. I will let you ask the question, but let me not lose the trend of thought.
You will not lose it. Gibson, if it is true that Tom is lying, right?
No, I did not say he's lying.
No, I'm asking you my question.
I'm feeling that. No, but you're putting voice in my mouth.
I'm asking you, I'm not saying you're saying, if it is true that Tom is lying, right, on the NSA, that it didn't test him, they gave him milk and cornbread. What was the step of the NSA? Should they come up to speak, or the Liberia National Police or the Justice Department? If it is true he's lying, this is damaging to the country. What do you think they should do?
First of all, sometimes if you read the NSA act, they don't hold press conference. So anybody can go and say anything about them. You will walk away. Just as a CIA,
So the
does not
Liberia
hold press
National
conference.
Police the
CIA don't release statement.
The CIA does not hold press conference.
So,
the CIA does not hold press
Gibson,
conference.
Gibson, look at Gibson, wait. Look at
you're
everybody.
giving my time.
Listen, you have your time. Look at everybody here. You think everybody's stupid? You think we all are stupid?
No. I don't think everybody's stupid. I don't think everybody's stupid.
Gibson, even the White House, right? The special agent protecting the president will put out a press statement. The CIA would do. The National Security Advisor will go online on CNN, on MSNBC. You know him, National Security Advisor. They will go ahead and speak on issues that have been declassified and issues that with limited, okay? So you cannot say, oh, the act that was created, it cannot hold press conference, so that's it. This God is telling the whole world that I was tortured. They are about to eat me in my butt. Sodomization. He making all these allegations, and the government is sitting there saying, we will not say nothing. Justice Minister say, we will not say nothing. Samuel Kofi will say, well, I won't say nothing. Police Director say no. Prince Johnson say no. Then you want us to believe what he's saying is false.
No, that's not. You are putting it very nicely for anybody to believe.
Stand up. I have a press release.
Hold on, guys.
CIA don't do press release. That's a press release of CIA.
No, I didn't say press release. I said they don't hold press conference.
But you don't have to hold press conference. Press statement.
CIA does not hold press conference.
They hold press, so they can read press statement?
They can read press statement, but they don't hold press conference.
What's the difference, my friend?
Holding press conference is different from holding
That's all Center is saying. They should do a press statement.
You are deliberating. You are wasting my time. Let me go to my point. Stanton, you made it look appear so sweet, but honor A is rotten. Here is why it's rotten. The time of press conference or press release has not passed yet. This may be released today. They may make an allegation today. That doesn't mean the police cannot come out tomorrow and hold a press conference and debunk him. Or the NSA cannot write a press release and debunk him. But I'm not even going to whether NSA can debunk him or the police can debunk him. My concern is there are two things that can happen here. One, go to the hospital, bring a medical report that says you were tortured physically. He said, I was beaten. Don't mess those words. I was beaten. He didn't say I was psychologically. If you just say I was tortured, nobody will say anything tonight because you can be psychologically tortured. You can be emotionally tortured.
But you are not saying that he lied, right?
No. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm asking you. You are not saying that
he's
lying,
words in my mouth. I'm giving you my prescription. That's my prescription.
Are you saying he's lying? Are you saying he's lying?
My prescription is that whatever he says, you cannot assume that it is completely true. You have to be able to test it with evidence.
Thank you.
And that evidence can only come from the hospital where the doctor will say, yes, this may induce or internal injury, internal laceration, or whatever, or bruises were on his legs, on his stomach, on his back. That's number one. Number two. No. Someone you eat my time, you're gonna run away. Number two, if this is the lawyers are really, really serious about his allegation, torture is a crime against any security apparatus. It is a crime. The government, the lawyers can sue the government. The lawyers can sue the police. They can sue the NSA and ask for damages for torturing him. Can they do it tomorrow morning? No. To end my statement, I will end it on Gafwan. And this one is not playing the devil's advocate. I personally believe Gafwan is a smart guy. But that internal investigation that Fode is talking about, it doesn't hold water. Here is why it doesn't hold water. Gafwan, of all people, he has not even had a press conference to make clarification about what is happening in his ministry. He has the responsibility to do that. The major partner in Liberian political system, the United States government, is denying and telling him that somebody forged our signature, our letterhead, and give it to you for you to get $322,441. And that letter they gave you with the signature are false, including the seal. And up to now, and Gafwan is having internal investigation without any clarification as to where he's going with that investigation. I think Gafwan should turn that case over to the criminal investigators to find out whether there was criminal act committed.
Thank
That
you,
way
Gibson.
we all are
Gibson, thank you.
sure
If we
that
have
he
more
is
time,
doing due
we'll
diligence.
talk about all this Gafwan issue.
Jason, why you not asking for evidence?
The only reason why we have to do this, let's go to Honorable Gray.
It's 2:45 in South Africa.
After
Let me
Honorable
finish,
Gray,
man.
The evidence is already there.
Yeah.
After Honorable Gray, we'll come to you, Uncle Sam, please. Honorable Gray.
Basically, I think we have substantially dealt with the issue of torture, the issue of not just the overzealousness of the police, but kidnapping, or Tom today. But I just want to turn the pendulum to the lawmaker tonight. And what interests me is that for the lawmaker to be making concluding statement about terrorist attack, arson attack, or any iota of evidence, the lawmaker says on the show that they have a security friend that takes care of the House of Representatives. Similarly, the Senate, two separate groups of security friends that work hand in hand, they operate 24 hours. None of them had called for the investigation of the security guys that were on the ground that night. The private security people who take care of the Capitol building. They're there, they work there, they sleep there. They been there when I was there. Even before I was there, they were there. The police that slept on the grounds of the Capitol building, the PSU, they had two shifts. There have been no question. The CIA boss had to resign. Just a gunfire to Trump. Had to resign. The police director is conflicted. Let me repeat. He should recuse himself from the process because he assigned police officers there and he has not investigated a single police officer. There's not imagination. Let me close on the budget. And look, for it, you just accused Fonati Kofa, Speaker Kofa, of having spending excess as deputy speaker on the odd 10. The legislature, the current composition of the legislature is good that you own air. For committee hearing, earmark $3.6 million. But you end up spending $13.9 million. $10 million difference. The other thing, the same thing you charge King Fonatikova for, that the same crime you have committed 71 of you people, that public record, start on, you need to put that up. On another budget line, you earmark a specific amount of money and you triple spend. The budget often says different thing. 40. Can you justify the extra $10 million United States dollars for committee hearing after you earmark and you budgeted $3.6 million in this public glare? Can you justify that spending? Not only that, it's shameful that a man who makes the law will begin to accuse people. That little boy that worked there, I challenge you for it. But now, the legislature should be investigating the fire incident because they have a committee on national security. What are you doing about that? As a member of the legislature and a ranking member now for all indication, have you written a communication to investigate the matter also? Because you have a committee by statute a statutory committee on leadership for national security. They got a committee on defense. It does not mean because the police is investigating, you cannot investigate, but you are making sweeping allegations. Those two concerns. One, can you explain the extra budget spending, the OTAN, of over 10 million United States dollars? And you accuse Fanatikova of similar thing? Can you explain to the public today what you people did with that money? Can you also explain that constituency and medical was 10,000 and you took it to 15,000 United States dollars? Can you also explain that petroleum product was $2,225 and you took it to $3,000? That you have increased everything? Can you explain that, please? And I will wait on the show for the explanation. Start on, please. If you get that, please put the budget up there.
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up. I'm searching for it now. Uncle Sam, can you go ahead, Uncle Sam? It's good to have you, Uncle.
Yes. Okay. My water and my mirror there, your hello again from South Africa. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here, and I'm saying this to let you know that those of us who come on this on a regular basis, we're not coming here for popularity. We're not coming here for fame. We're not coming here for money. We come here because we believe in our heart of hearts. I mean, the amount of money that I spend for data in the 4 countries that I live, Liberia, Ghana, United States, and South Africa. I mean, I don't need the torture that I get from some of my Unity Party surrogates from the other side, where they make all kinds of accusations. I live in my mom's house. I didn't graduate from college. I did all kind of nonsense. But look, let me just tell you something. If you watch the video, and before I go to the video, one of the problems that the government of President Joe Biden has, everybody want to be a spokesperson. Everybody want to be a spokesperson. Whether you work in the water and sewer, whether you in the legislature, whether you work this place, everybody want to come on Spoon, everybody want to come on their Facebook page and make pronouncement on behalf of the government. And all the pronouncements they make on behalf of the government, 90% turn out to be false. 285 yellow machines, false. 4 billion refinery, false. Scholarship for 25 million, false. Scholarship in the First Lady office, false. The other issue, nobody asked for the formula to come on Spoon to announce that Kafwan has started an investigation. You are the member of the legislature. What are you doing coming on Spoon? Kafwan must go spend time. Kafwan don't have a PR office here. He must go spend time. You must come on Spoon announce that he not start internal investigation of your business. That is your business for the formula to do your job. Go legislate. Go improve the lives of the people. In Bonkan't, I have a pellet daughter from Palala. Go improve the lives of the people in Palala. Don't be coming to try to prove that you're an insider. You're not an insider. You're just a young little boy that coming up. That's all you are. Take it easy. Before you reach to my age, 71-year-old, okay, you got to take it easy. You got to grow. You got to walk. You know, you can't be running. When you coming on here, 12 o'clock in the night, you're going to be sleeping. You coming here to come talk about Kafwan style investigation. That your business? That your business. That's what I have to say. And don't let you know nothing about our enemy combatants. The basis of the U.S. government using extraordinary rendition for Guantanamo Bay. Over 5,000 people were killed in one day when there was an invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq. You want enemy combatants? You want to say that?
Sam, start off. I just sent you the CIA interview on torture, so you can see that, and I sent you the other one.
So Tom Etheridge is now an enemy combatant, a terrorist.
No, it's not no play.
And therefore, torture is justified. So you calling Thomas Etheridge an enemy combatant of the Unity Party government And therefore, any psychological or physical torture against him is fully justified. For the family, go to sleep. Leave the thing alone. You're a representative. You're not a spokesperson for the government here. Stop it. We beg you. Joseph Boakai doesn't need you in that position. Joseph Boakai is a good man. He's a decent man. He doesn't need you to come and show him off here. We can talk about the man an enemy combatant, that he's a terrorist, so we torture him. Joseph Boakai didn't tell you to say that. To say that to the Liberian people, you are harming Joe Boakai government. I end on that.
Thank you. Thank you. So, guys, let me do my closing, and then we can open this up to each and every one.
How further will you do oversight when you're taking for the ministry?
Yeah, but further was.
I need to respond to all of the exception made by.
But let me do my closing. Honorable Gray, let me do my closing, then further will speak. It's only fair that we give each and everyone a chance to speak. Further. When you called me at 3, I said, I don't think it was appropriate for you to come on. And I like to keep my friendship. And you're a friend, you're a brother. Never met you before in my life. For you to describe the incident that happened, I asked you, and I will ask you openly. Did the government charge Tom for the burning down of the Capitol building? Do we have any charge sheet? Maybe I have not seen it. Did the government say Tom is a terrorist, and that's why they were keeping him under the NSA? I think it's only fair. As you said, we should wait for the government to take a position, actual position. You think it was appropriate to grab Tom and the other people and kill them on an NSA hideout? The video that Tom saying that he was tortured, threatening to sodomize him, to eat him from the back, they scrape him naked, they were tying him, you know why, and putting it. All this heinous description. Do you think is the way we should go? The way is our law. The way is the court system. Something that governs you. The rule of law that you say you're fighting to protect, my brother Fode. At some point, we find ourselves breaking the very rule of law we're trying to protect. I love for you to come and school is open to everyone, but for you to compare what time and day that the lawmakers in this country, the leaders in this country, had a very tough time defending. I think that comparison wasn't necessary. From the Obama to the Bush, or to the McLean and all of them, the Mitt Romney, come all the way. They had to close the place down because they couldn't in good faith explain the reason why they was talking about waterboarding. Is that something you accept? I hope you have the time to clarify your statement, because this will go a very long way. And also, I said this though, you know Gafwan. But I asked the question when Gafwan was coming to office. I said, would this be the same Gafwan from Madam Ellington? Gibson started laughing that day. Or will we see a different Gafwan? Bill McGates Jones began to be a problem. Paul Lamine, the brother to Governor Clinton, they are engaged in corrupt behavior, giving contracts to people for kickback. And the Gafwan that we know have not said anything. But he's in Jade, behind closed door, saying that they must do investigation. We have come to a place in this government, when the government say investigation, it means that nothing, that's it. Gibson, it means that case closed. But the person that went to do investigation, don't you know the guy had to recuse himself from the IAA? Because he was one of those that approved the contract. They're looking for people and independent people to do investigation. They can't find one from the Ministry of Finance and all over. Only one thing you can do, my man, you are suspended pending investigation. I know you try to do something here, Honorable Fode family. But the Liberian people, they are impatient. They are tired with lies. That whenever the minister is caught in something, they say, we will investigate. Bill McGee Jones put his name down on LFA paper to travel with the national team and get DSA. He came on the show and he lied. Who will put your name on the paper if it is not you? Bill McGee Jones was caught in the same old stuff before Gafar on Obama Kamara. The same procurement process. The young man they had to fire him because Bill McGee Jones said the man lied on him. Bill McGee Jones gave the thing to his sister-in-law, his brother-in-law, whatever the relationship may be. Sankara, you know the story. And he lied and said he didn't know the guy. That alone called for immediate dismissal. He disowned his own friend and brother. Gafan watches the show every second. Who need to tell Gafan something? What is going on? Bill McGee Jones, that Prince Moïse, your boss man, 40 family, your senator, Prince Moïse, that Prince Moïse begin. You know Bill McGee Jones. You're from the same Bon County. You know Bill McGee Jones, 40. You got to start playing with the Liberian people. 6 years is not far, though, 40. All that thing you're doing led to the burning of the Capitol building. You are involved, 40. You're my friend, my brother, my man. We can talk. But your behavior led to the burning of the Capitol building, 40. Take some responsibility here. You cannot exclude yourself. Every one of you. From Fanatic Kofa to Thomas Fala to Fode Famula to Richard Kuhn. I can't less if you don't call me. Your greedy behavior led to the burning of the Capitol building. Your greedy behavior, that it should be only about you and the money you will receive. You want to take out the old people because you want control and power, led to the burning of the Capitol building. My friend, brother, listen, I keep it real. That's why my only friend and my wife, I make her very money in the evening with makeup. I don't trust Acid on the show. I don't trust anybody. Because tomorrow, they will stand up Kevin to the gameplay or Senna said this to me.
Oh, he called my name.
So I just want to say this. I just want to say this to you, my brother. You are not excluded. You got to ask the Liberian people for forgiveness. Nobody's stupid here. You're making your money, we agree. You bought 30 pieces of motorbike. One of them at 1,000.
Information, start on fast check.
One of them at 1,000. If you put all of them together, that's 30,000. Thank God for you. You got money. You got businesses. I'm happy for you for it. But your behavior led people to burn the Capitol building because of you. You need to apologize to your district in Bon County. Prince Boy, you need to apologize. Every one of your 103 members need to apologize. If the Liberian people are smart, none of you should be going back to that house. You've disgraced the Liberian people. And that's why we remind them continuously that your sons and daughters you send there, burn the place down. It's not Tom. It's not those people. No. You enrich yourself. How much did you get for Christmas bonus? And how much did you give the people? How much money you get in the budget now that you just passed? What am my brother?
For that is out.
I hope you can understand. I got no.
I'll respond to all of you are trying to listen well.
I want you to respond for it. I love you too much, but it's bad to see James Colette, Marvin Cole, Fanatic Kofa, Rachel Kuhn, this person, Dixon Sibo. Every one of you guys are disgraced. You beg the people to vote for y'all, not to sit in RLJ. You beg the people to vote for y'all, not to allow the government to pay your resources. You beg the people to vote for y'all to implement the rules of law. If you know within yourself, you know whether Fanatic Kofa, you shouldn't have voted for him to be speaker. You voted for Fanatic Kofa. You voted for Thomas Farah. Then you came by and say, I will not allow us to remove the man. May God save our state. Our country is in a bad place. And as a young man, 40, as a young man, it's time for us to reason. It's time for us to come together and speak truth to power and allow our brothers and sisters to live in peace. Remove hatred, remove jealousy, remove envy, and let Liberia be free. I hope we can partner together and work for a better Liberia. Father, we are out of time. We cannot let you close. Come back tomorrow, you'll close. I beg you. Can we meet again? We are out of time. We see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't say great thank you.
For the internet problem.
Nelson, come back. We are out of time. Further will come tomorrow.
For the internet problem.
Nelson, come back on the show. Asado, it's good to have you. Hey, Nelson, where you at now? Further will come back tomorrow and he will do a closing. Guys, we ran out of time. Further get internet problem. It's good having every one of you at least.
We play the CIA interview tomorrow, yeah, so that my man
Yeah, we're playing tomorrow. Thank God to have you, Governor Clinton. Thank God to have you, Asito. Thank God to have you, my brother Akaris Mose Gray. Guess that's the way it is sometimes. We always running out of time. We're half footed tomorrow. Guys, Nelson, that was a good show though. Tomorrow we're half footed. Nelson, I'm not hearing you, you're muted.
I was saying you left fully with all his RPG, all his bazooka.
Fully took enough. No, we're having a bar. We're having a bar. His internet went bad. That's the internet with RLJ. It always bad. The internet, you know.
But it's I can't understand how anything happened to them.
The internet is so bad. The internet is so bad. And you know, and again, I hope we can have time to hear footage though. I hope you can reconnect or charge well. And you know, but the Liberian people got a message. Nelson, have a good night. See you later, Nelson. I gotta go. Folks, I love you all. Again, thank you for joining us. We have to end this fight after 8 years. And again, we'll talk to you tomorrow by God's grace. Thank you. It was a great show, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Folks, we want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. Well, thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to all of you who just played the listening role across Radio Land in Liberia, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, Radio, the Super FM 95.5. I want to appreciate our folks across the country that are always relaying the program. Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bonk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seklipi in Nimba County, Gibi FM in Kakata, Margibi County, and a host of other radio stations that are relaying this edition of the program. I want to appreciate all of you. And thanks to our online audience, all of the folks joining us always across the world on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We appreciate all of you for your input, your contributions, the fact that you stay up very late to keep following the program. That's something we appreciate. And so thanks to all of you. My name is Nelson Colette. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. I see, just to recognize a few of you, Joe Boy, that's Joe Boy Emmanuel Brown. Thanks for being on tonight. Medi Blessing, we appreciate you. Elizabeth Bayoga, thanks for being on. Levi Payne, we appreciate you as well. Jack got there, June. Thank you for being on tonight. Ruben Logan, Telvin Payne, thanks for coming on, sir. We appreciate you. Shirley Cassell, thanks for being on tonight. Bomi King, thanks for being on. Fokpa Muri, we appreciate you tonight. Yaya Davis, Elvis Prince, thanks for being on tonight. Brown, and now it's moving so fast. We want to appreciate all of you for coming on tonight. Brown, Samuel Brown, Ruth Goba, my Ruth, we appreciate you tonight as well. Alex T. Dolo, Peter Hammer, Noosh, thanks for being on tonight. All of you, Mr. Philip Bala, we appreciate you as well. And to everyone being on tonight, our dear sister Freeman, thanks for being on. Thanks to everyone for joining Spoon Talk tonight. The invitation is yours to come back tomorrow. Until then, have a good night. And of course, up next is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. To all of our folks, we appreciate you. And bye-bye for now.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to Spoon,